Bro, turn that shit up, man.
Win the MVP, but I'll pose a question. Matt Nagy's supposed to be fired, right? You're supposed to fire him, and you're supposed to sell the team and tear everybody down and fire everybody, and everybody sucks and everyone's terrible. Maybe if you were saying that, you should be fired.
Yeah,
because
Chicago.
maybe you should. Maybe all you Bears fans should just shut up for a second and just chill out for 1 second. Just shut the hell up and let the games play out. You know, maybe Matt Nagy should open it up a little bit and maybe use this kid's talent. Dominated in every category, best competition you could play. He was teammates with Chase Young and played against him in practice, and yet he sits. And we got Trey Lance playing, we got Lawrence, we got Wilson out of BYU is starting in the New York media market, and this guy can't play. Why do they get to play with their toys and the Bears don't? I'm waiting for a reason, and I haven't heard one. I think you're messing this up, and I think you're sitting Cam Newton and Deshaun Watson and Russell Wilson, and I think you got to let them go. Ooh, up.
I've never loved anything you've said more. This is great.
Golly, what the hell is going on?
Yo, this is your boy Bullets here in Las Vegas at Allegiant Stadium, here to represent, you know, Keepin It 100, the Take Never Lies Network. Yes, we are here at Allegiant Stadium. There it is. The black hole, they call it. So if you guys want to get some TTNL swag, go to ttnlswag.com and represent. That's what Bullets does. Represent. Comes to Las Vegas. Did it in week 1 at SoFi Stadium. Brings the swag to the stadium. All right, let's go Bears.
That is the leader of this franchise. This is a guy that Cars and other people believed in. I feel bad for them. This is not okay. You have a former defensive coordinator coming out wearing a Colt shirt purposefully, running his mouth about you talking too much like an asshole. Lying to your fans. Just give credit to Bill Lazor. Everybody and their brother knew he called that game because Matt Nagy doesn't know his ass from his elbow. He doesn't. I've stood by this, took so much shit. I'm gonna fucking take my lap. Fuck I am. I don't give a fuck about Eric and his crew of trolls. I want the Bears to be the charter dominant franchise that they could be. I got people on this show jawing in the chat at me about Khalil fucking Mack. I gotta stand up for Mack. I had people jawing me about David Montgomery. I had to stand up for that. With tape! Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, with tape! So tonight, I fucking used tape of the coach, Your Honor, and gentlemen and ladies of the jury, to show you this man, no matter what he did with Justin Fields, is the right thing to do because somebody told him. Ryan Pace, Virginia, whoever you write on your fucking vote, doesn't matter. That man should not be running the charter franchise. That man is a disgrace to football and everything I look forward to seeing the Chicago Bears become. He is the wrong brand of gasoline in the Mercedes. He's the engine without oil. He's popcorn without butter. He's pizza with no fucking sauce. He's everything wrong in football and beyond. Today is the biggest disgrace, even though you're doing the right thing and everyone out there is going to be celebrating tomorrow. Not here. Not here. That this guy, Matt Nagy, stays away from the play calls because, in all honesty, he shouldn't have a job. Honestly, everything happened without Matt. Everything. Think about the game, Steven. There's a fumble that clearly is recovered by the Bears, and you, the head coach, don't challenge it because he already challenged once.
Can't lose that second one. Can't lose that second one.
We gotta save that. You use it on a turnover. You challenge it, and you get the ball back, and you beat them more. Pay attention to the fucking game. Wow, guys. You heard Matt Nagy this week. Wow, guys. I was involved with everything. I loved what I was hearing. I was like, keep going, Bill. Do your thing, babe. You know he was really saying? Fucking Bill making me look like shit. I don't want to tell anybody. That's what he's saying. That's what he's saying. After he answers those questions and finally goes, Bill called a good out of the corner of his eye with a grin. Fine. What's his name? I always forget this. Potsy. Mark Potash. I'm going to give you the fine. Bill called a good game. And I'm not going to answer that anymore now. Everything goes through me. Even when I'm calling plays, it all goes through me. No shit. No shit. Championship defensive front. Like a Super Bowl caliber front. No doubt. Even when Akeem Hicks went out, you still have an amazing front. Right? On offense, you got Justin Fields, and unfortunately, I prayed for David because I know elite when I see it, and I stood by that. I said he's the identity. Now Adam Hogue is saying he's the identity, coincidentally. But the reality is, you've heard that somewhere before. I live for this team to be good. I live for the truth. I live for the tape. I love football, but I can't tolerate the bullshit anymore. I'm not going to let this go because he did the right thing. Yes, he did the right thing.
Second worst offensive performance in modern NFL history just 2 weeks ago. To think that it's gone that it's come back that much, and the fact that it's looking up now. But I have one main concern about this still. Even for him doing the right thing, and even for him obviously getting this massive chip on his shoulder about everything. I mean, you heard it in his voice. You just said, like, I'm not going to take any more comments about it. I mean, just from the beginning of that to the end of it, it's just like from happier to more gloomy to pissy, more selfish, and you just felt it. But we remember this happened last year, that Bill Lazor started calling plays. And then sometime, don't know when, but sometime, Matt Nagy started doing it again. I know you do. That's why you draft Dr. Phil. But with that, who's to say he's not going to do that again? And that's what scares the hell out of me is, will he do that again? Because I think it's very possible that he could if this team comes out and let's say they lose 2-3 straight. He comes back. He's like, everything goes through me. I'm going to make a change. We got to do something different. I'm taking the play calling back. Honestly, I don't think there's anything stopping him. That's what scares me to death. We can be happy now about him making the right decisions, but it's still Matt Nagy. And it is still a guy that has not gotten his shit together since 2018. This is an offense under Matt Nagy that hasn't worked since the Rams game on Sunday night in 2018. When teams figured him out and he hasn't bothered to adapt at all to make sure that NFL teams don't know what's coming up against them. But here we are, once again, asking when this is actually going to hold for the long term.
Keeping it 100.
Keeping It 100.
Chicago's trading up.
100.
Yes! What? Here it is! Just recorded.
Stick no competition.
Keeping It 100.
I know we need to run the ball more. I'm not an idiot.
Keeping it 100, baby.
Keeping It 100.
Keeping it 100.
Keeping it 100, baby.
Open competition.
Keeping it 100.
The smartest man.
My Chicago Bears select Justin Fields, quarterback, Ohio State.
Guess who's back? The two dudes that kept it real. The dynamic duo that you love, the smartest man and Dr. Phil. Breaking down the film, never a problem, kick it straight. Most shows focus on stats, we focus on the tape. We keeping it 100, never running east or west. We coming with that truth, cause that's what our fans expect. Cut off the faking anchor, moving forward to be free. But don't you worry, Shayne's got the dumbest tweets. It ain't no secret, Phil and Shayne got some haters. But now they're moused up like the true and now and laters. Debaters, frauds get kicked like Coach Tabor. Cuts had to be made, we added a barber moderator. Up and down, boys got you double checking. Sad sack strolling like a fool drunk texting. Flexing on the truth cause you know they'll never change. Real, recognize real, that's what you get with Phil and Shayne. 100's what we do when we're breaking down the Bears. Fuck a play or a captain, all of the unfair. The tape never lies, the truth you see. We laugh, we analyze, so there's no babies like Maybelline. Straight to the truth with acumen and facts. We got a sad nerd, but he's not just giving nerd stats. Car crash, big impact like Max Sack. Every Wednesday night you got the smartest man Phil back. Now we know you're smiling like a fat kid with fun dip. We're back better than ever and we keeping it 100.
Keeping it 100, baby.
Keeping It 100.
Draft Dr. Phil and the smartest man.
Keeping it 100.
Draft Dr. Phil and the smartest
Keeping it 100, baby.
Keeping it 100.
Draft Dr. Phil and the smartest man.
Keeping it 100, baby.
Draft Dr.
Keeping It 100.
Keeping it 100.
Money Man Marsaw.
Yo, this is Claudia the Barber, and this is Shy City Sports, keeping it 100. Listen, return of the Mac. Oh, return of the Mac. Listen, what a big win we had on Sunday. Hey, Raiders, if you need another coach that's a fraud, we got one for you, all right? So fuck all that. It's fucking Packer week, all right? And we got another fucking great show for you tonight. We got 2 of 100 Crew's favorites. We got ESPN 1000 and NBC Sports Chicago, David Kaplan coming on. And then we got former Bears quarterback Erik Kramer. So let's bring on the boys, back by popular demand. Shayne, the smartest man, Marsaw, and the dude I can't find. There he is. He's not a bozo. He's draft Dr. Phil. What is up, bro?
Yeah, you drop your nose, you fucking clown.
Oh, shit.
Oh, man.
The return of the Mac, right off Jump Street, where I
hopefully,
know where to delete it.
Hopefully they don't ding us for the music.
Well, it's instrumental. I thought that was okay.
No,
they always find a way.
I'm sorry.
3 seconds of a song holds us up. You just gotta reach out to our music director, Cool Kennedy.
Cool Kennedy's got you.
Ask him.
All right. I fucked up again. What are you gonna do? It was good though. I like that song. That song.
You did a little bit better with the yo tonight. It's
Tonight
a little
was
more
his
delayed.
best
The
yo.
best one.
I've asked Caden to go back and Ron get every Claudio yo intro for the whole last year to watch the
It's always cut
improvement.
off, huh?
It's got to be the best thing we'll see on the internet once that is produced.
Love it.
Caden Whitlow with the open tonight, doing a great job there. Let's just talk real quick, Shayne, about Kyle Brandt, because that clip of him calling flip-flopping like a fuck, it was more flip-flops than fucking Daytona Beach with Kyle Brandt there. Kyle, I'm talking to you. I've reached out to you on Instagram. I want you to come on the show because what you did, honestly, is a disgrace. And I'll tell you why. And then I'll let Shayne speak on it. First of all, Caden did something and he went to the court, Judge, and was showing you critical of Nagy. You doing that on your show, but then calling out real fans for real issues with a head coach that are documented on tape with this coach being a fraud when it came to play calling, which, oh, by the way, Shayne, he's had to give up 2 times. Kyle left that out with his girl.
Isn't Kyle Brandt a Bear fan?
Yeah. Kay
Yeah,
Adams
right?
and
Yeah.
Kyle Brandt call themselves Bears fans.
Yeah.
But that display calling out Bears fans for wanting Nagy to be gone, to me, honestly, got me fired up because it's fire yourselves. You're jerks. No. Those fans that deserve every week we go through here. You think like me and Shayne were getting shit on BHL because we're being critical of truth. We're being critical of a team. That wasn't perfect.
You guys
That was
are so negative. Yes,
exactly
that's the
the
problem.
farthest thing from perfect.
That's the problem with Bears fans. One fucking win over the Detroit Lions or whomever you're playing like that, and shit's fixed. Here we go, Super Bowl, baby. No,
Exactly.
we've been down this
Well, I
road.
mean, what is Coach doing? He's not calling plays. He's not a leader. The players aren't. He's not a leader in the locker room.
Well, he's
So what is
trying
he
to
doing?
say they're trying to manipulate. I know Cap will come on here, and some people say the locker room, loves this guy or what have you. I say, yeah. Does the locker room love Nick Saban? They love winning, but they probably don't love Nick Saban holding them accountable. Listen, I witnessed that tonight. Accountability is something in this world that people can't handle. And when a head coach is fumbling and bumbling for years and it's on tape and you have and Kyle, listen, I get it. You're a Bears fan, but what you did, it's disgraceful in the fact that it's not true, number one. And number two, you were saying the same stuff previously, which makes it even worse that you were out there calling out real fans that actually care. Because that's why this didn't just happen because they got beat by the Cleveland Browns. This has been going on for 4 years.
Yeah, exactly. That's the key
4
part
years.
right
It's
there. Kyle,
missing.
guess what?
Exactly.
Guess what, bro? It's year 4. Year 4. And your guy lost play calling or handed over play calling duties last year. Then they went and got the quarterback that he wanted. And guess what? He doesn't have him again, or he doesn't
open the competition. You're yelling at him because it's Cam Newton. He's got Deshaun Watson. He's throwing those names out, and he's not playing them. And Bears fans are saying that same shit. The ones you're calling out. No.
Well, Phil, last game he had the playbook, the play card in front of him. You think he was calling?
Yeah, it was a scaled down version, but
he definitely was involved. And I'm going to show you.
Yep.
Barlissimo I talked to him this morning too, and I've talked to a couple other coaches and former players that all know. When Nagy's hands are on things, and it's very easy to see. And listen. They went out there and won the game. That's the end result. We said that on Bears Hour Live. But there was this feeling about this game that you see Nagy trying. At what point, as Steven Johnson said in that open, do you have to worry about this guy saying, I got to take the play calling back. I got to have my ego. This is the same guy that was in a presser last week saying it all goes through me. That was that courtroom scene. Like, what is going on?
Remember, he said, "Don't ask me about play calling ever again." Remember, he said,
"Don't." Yeah, exactly. Don't ask me about play. He had, to Shayne's point, he had to fold it up, condensed. He had the appetizers.
Yeah,
menu at Denny's this time. But the reality is, Matt Nagy has not been, and this is the bet. And I wanted it pulled, and I don't think Jackal did his job. I wanted it pulled. The audio of him saying just one thing, like, wow, I was out there and I was involved with the guys. And I even had to get, asked what plays they were. And it was different, man. And welcome to the world of being the CEO head coach. That's what a head coach is. He's involved in the actual game. Because that's when I've said this many times, and I'll say it again tonight. Jackal, don't do shit. Yeah, wait till Braggs comes on. I'm sure later tonight he's going to have a few things to say to Jackal. But the reality is, as a head coach, you have to be in the rhythm of the game. What was that song, Cherie? The rhythm is gonna get you. Rhythm is gonna get. Who is that? That's a head coach has to feel the energy of what is working and being successful. That's how you handle that position as a play caller. This guy has never been able to do that. Now, to his credit, we said this, Shayne. Even after they won, I go, wow, to his credit, this time he gave credit where credit was due, where he felt so defensive after the Detroit game when they won and Justin threw those deep balls and the run game and David Montgomery. And it all goes through me. Remember that?
Yep.
Don't forget that. Let's not rewrite history, Kyle Brandt. Kay Adams. Let's not make this any kind of, it was El DeBar, Sharia. Thank you. You're right. I thought it was that girl from Miami Sound Machine. I don't know why I
Gloria
thought it was
Estefan.
Thank you, Gloria Estefan.
Yeah, but I think what you have to, just to get back on the Brandt thing, and
Yeah.
I think it's important to remember that this is a guy on TV, and they are paid to go out there, and he knows the Chicago Bears fan base, and he knows if he goes against the grain and says shit like, "Oh, the fans are wrong about Matt Nagy," that 85% of the fan base is going to fucking revolt, and they're going to tune in, and they're going to clip that clip, and they're going to play it on their fucking podcast, on their show on YouTube.
Right now, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's
Well, he's gonna get what he wants.
Yeah, that's what they're doing.
But I think here, especially with you, Shayne, I know you're laying it out perfectly. Isn't there and maybe Kyle's that. I guess I could never work at NFL Network because I would never sell my soul out to get people agitated to do that. That dumb shit, like Ivan's saying, I just won't.
No, I get it, dude.
Talk
But
about
it's
truth. Like, why couldn't he have said, Bears fans have to think about Nagy now. He did the right job. You know, he's learning because he's giving away play calls. And
that's only going to get listen, we're going to get to the predictions here later. And I know we got to do our Bet US here before we get going too far. But am
I doing bet or you?
Yeah, go ahead and do it. But what I'm saying is the Bears go out and put one on Green Bay this week. Those voices, those Kyle Brandts of what he did this week, that's only going to get louder.
Oh yeah.
So
I refuse to forget. That's what this network stands for.
No. That's what I'm saying though, Phil. But they were laying the groundwork as
I see what
just in case,
hedging their bet.
Yes. If Chicago goes out, hey, Kyle Brandt fucking said it. Look at Matt Nagy. No, they're vindictive that way. That's the way TV works, and they want to rile the fucking fan base. It's a chess game. It really is. But we're always going to be there calling out the truth no matter what. You're not going to see us in other teams swag.
Never.
Ever. That's a
Kay Adams rocking Patriots gear one week,
never.
Chiefs gear the next week. Come on.
That goes for me in any. I love.
I would never.
All sports. There's no fucking way ever. Like if my son can't, I don't know.
No, if my son played for another team, I would do it.
That's different. But I'm saying like if Tate came home with a Green Bay Packers jersey from fucking school, I'd be like, hey bud, what's up?
I would rip that off him so cool.
Exactly.
What are you doing?
No.
I remember my buddy tried to put like a onesie on.
Yeah.
And Steph thought it was going to be funny, but I caught wind of it and I flipped out.
I'd do the same thing.
She was like, damn. And my mother-in-law thinks it's crazy. And I'm like, no, it ain't crazy. You don't fucking do that. That's ridiculous. Exactly. Listen, speaking of Wendy's bets, betus.com. Life is back on, sports bettors, and BetUS has your NBA, NHL, NBA, UFC, PGA, And yes, the NFL, the league where they play for pay, betting lines up for their 27th year in live betting on all of it. Log in to betus.com, or you can even call the number. That's 1-800-792-3887. That's 1-800-79-BET-US. BetUS for 125% bonus special from the TTNL network. Use the promo code Shy City. That's CHICITY 125. You'll get 125% bonus to what you place on your bet. Customer service pros are ready to get you on your phone. Social media and online sports betting kickoff started now. Play with the proven mainstay in the industry. It's BetUS. You bet, you win, you get paid. It's betus.com. There you go. BetUS. Maybe Kyle Brandt will bet. How much you want to bet Kyle Brandt will flip-flop? Will he own will he flip-flop and want Nagy fired?
Big plays are nice.
If they get smoke showed by the Packers, or
well, that's what they do. They change, they change on a whim like that, and they just roll with it. There's no accountability for guys like
all
that.
the mainstream. It's ESPN.
Ivan, give me 125%. Put a bet in. I hope they do prop bets. Hopefully, they'll do a Kyle Brandt flip-flop prop. That could be a song. I think Jackal likes that. So we'll see. We'll see as we approach our first guest. Obviously, tonight we got a big show for you. But the big news coming out of TTNL is this weekend we will be live from the South Lot. We're going to have all that information later on in the show. We got Sammy the Bull and Greg Braggs just going to jump on with us just to reestablish the South Lot tailgate meet and greet. Going to have food, music, meet us. I got breaking news, Shayne.
Uh-oh.
Chris Zorich will be at the tailgate with the crew, jumping in with us and just being a part of this. So if you want to meet Chris as well, Chris Zorich will be out in the TTNL tailgate, taking some pics, and we're going to have a blast out there. So I'm looking forward to it. Chris is one of the best additions here since we added Jackal. I'll tell you that. So you got to be fired up. So this Sunday, 8:00 a.m., they'll be out there, rocking and rolling at the South Lot. You'll see the TTNL flag. There'll be a Keepin It 100 flag and a TTNL logo flag. So 8:00 a.m. They'll be. I'll probably be out there at 8:30.
Tell him, Chris.
Yes, Zorich will be out there. It's going to be a lot of fun. Breaking bread, talking that talk, and really being a part of this team and this network. And we're proud of what we're doing here. And listen, I'm looking forward to meeting all of you, even the Troll Patrol. Even the Troll Patrol. We could shake hands and break bread. At the end of the day, we're all Bears fans at the end of the day. So hopefully you can keep it 100 and keep it $1. So so many people are like, Shayne, what is going on here, Kyle?
Wait, that's real? Come on.
That is real.
Oh my God.
You would have to fire me from the net. Like I would never do it. Now, if I was
coaching, some Packer fans come to the tailgate. That would be fun. We'll go live with some Packer fans.
They are allowed to. If you want to stop by, you're a Packer fan. Like, listen, we're going there to have some fun. When the game is on, all bets are off. Section 306. You better be fucking ready.
Game's over. We're all going for burgers. That's right, Double A.
Third downs. I don't give a shit if we're up by 30. Everyone, you are on your feet screaming. I already told Larison, that whole section, the last time I was there, I had everybody get up. What are you doing? I might lose my voice because I get so fired up calling out play. I got to calm down. I get so fired up. So again, Adam Jenkins just bought tickets. If you can't get a ticket to the game, you still could come to the tailgate.
That's right.
We still want to see you out there. TTNL family, just come out there, hang out there, and then BHL will be live from the parking lot afterwards. Shayne is going to carry the heavyweight because he unfortunately can't go. Obviously, if you don't know by now, everything he has going on is not going to be able to travel, which I completely understand. Excuse me. So Shayne is the only person, I believe, that from the network that isn't going to be able to make it to the game. Everybody else, actually, Cars can't be at the tailgate, but I will be meeting Cars over the weekend. That's for certain. That being said, I've gotten that all out of the way. Kyle Brandt, who found that Packer shirt? Jesus. Yeah, I think the only way I would wear like another team's, if I coached for them, then I would wear obviously their stuff.
Yeah,
or
but
if
not.
my son played for them.
Sure.
I never, like when I was a kid, I believe I have a picture of me in an LT jersey, a Lawrence Taylor, because my dad was a Giants fan at first back then. But I was not having, that was before I realized, like, no matter what, I did it on my own. I got to say to you, like, I played Madden. I only played with the Chicago Bears on Madden. Like, 1991 Bears, 1990 Bears. I didn't play any other team. I don't care if the Bears sucked.
You lined up and you're Chris Zorich.
I was Chris Zorich. Well, listen, we are ready to rock and roll. Obviously, Bears Packers week, the tailgate, the TTNL tailgate. We got through all of that. One of our family members, though, is ready and he's back. I think this is his 4th appearance on our network. Number 4, the best number 4 on the Bears all time. Jim Harbaugh, Brad Maynard.
Oh, you're gonna cut Moses Moreno short like that?
Moses Moreno.
Definitely not Eddie Jackson.
Definitely not Eddie Jackson. I think David Kaplan could go play safety and make more tackles than Eddie Jackson could. I honestly, at this point, I really do, because David actually has a lot of pride. He doesn't worry about intercepting the ball. I think he would take it. But let's get to him and let him tell his side of the story. You know him from ESPN 1000. You know him from NBC Sports Chicago. He is a legend in Chicago, and probably, I call him Uncle Dave. My family loves him. This family, TTNL family, loves him. Let's bring out the Cap Man.
If you root for any teams in Chicago, then you've seen this guy covering them better than anyone else in the business. Is this guy afraid to speak the truth? No shot. He's not afraid to speak it, even when he knows it's going to create a firestorm. Ladies and gentlemen, Bears fans, get up out your seats and give it up for the 3-time Emmy Award winner, a member of the WGN Radio Walk of Fame, the IBCA Hall of Fame, the CPLBC Hall of Fame, and last but not least, what he's most known for, being Mindy Kaplan's husband. Give it up for the former Piper, David Kaplan.
Yes.
I need my agent, man. You're the best, you two guys.
Oh my God. Listen, I know I say I love a lot of people, and I do. I really do. I love people, but you are something special because the integrity, the compassion, and the pull that you have for the underdog, like you root for us, and I know you always have our backs.
I do.
That says a lot about a person, because I see a lot of people stealing from us and never tipping a hat or giving credit, but you always do. And that goes so far with the fans, that goes so far with me, and also to Shayne and the person that you are privately. Just
amazing. Yep.
You give hope to humanity. That's the
You're
reality.
too kind. I'm looking forward to hanging out and having lunch with you on Friday. Shayne, how are you doing?
Yes,
How is
let's
your
do it.
family doing?
Doing good, Cap. I'll break a little bit of news here today. It's been a
Big
real
news.
Been a real big day in the Marsaw house. I took Riley for chemo this morning, and right after he finished up, the whole oncology team came in and he wrapped up chemo today. No more chemo moving forward.
God bless.
Yep. So he's going to have some blood work done next week, and then he's going to have his full PET scan, which is the complete body scan, in 2 weeks. That's going to tell the story moving forward. But chemo is done, and as long as everything is clear, then
yes,
we won't have to do radiation or anything like that. So today was a huge day for the Marsaw family. Put a big smile on his face. He's upstairs laying down because chemo takes a lot out of him, but it was a good day for us, Cap. I wanted to share that news with you too. So
God bless you.
Yep. Thanks, man. I appreciate it.
That's huge news. I know the TTNL community. This is family here at the network, and that is, amazing. I'm glad you were able to share that news with this guy who, honestly, you don't even have to say. He's just honestly a great human being. That being said, David, I don't know if you had something to say if I was cutting you off, but
hey, man, I'm here to do whatever it is that you want to talk about.
Well, of course, we're going to talk about
like my shirt.
Look at that. That's the reason I became a Chicago Bear. I
even have the shorts on.
Look at you.
There they are.
Nice.
Walter Payton shorts, 34. Yeah.
The greatest football player of all time. And when you bring that up, I wasn't even going to ask this, but the retired jersey number, Dave. Do you think it's time to retire the retired jersey number, and just Walter is retired? Everything else goes up as a wall of fame like the Cowboys do. I feel like the numbers are getting so short, and you're just like, no one's wearing Urlacher's jersey. It's like unspoken that.
But then they give Shea McClellan Mike Singletary's jersey.
Exactly.
It's crazy.
The league will not allow them to retire any more numbers.
Yeah.
Oh.
Because they've had so many retired. The league has said no. I know they went to them. Who's the last number they retired? Whoever it was, they had to get special permission to do it.
Yeah, it was Ditka,
I
believe,
wasn't them do is say, guess what? When we get our new stadium in Arlington Heights and we have our dome and it's our place, we're moving the Peyton statue and the Hallis statue, and we're having a ring of honor.
Yeah.
Period.
I totally agree, man. We're step for step there. And I just think I didn't know the league. See, this guy comes on the show every time.
Yeah, I believe the last one was Ditka.
Yeah,
89.
Ditka.
They did it. Yeah, I believe he was the last one.
Because they didn't retire Singletary.
Well,
obviously.
no, they in 1990, I want to say 94, it was a rainy night at Soldier Field.
Yep.
And they were playing the Packers.
We never forget.
Sideways monsoon. And I think they retired Gale Sayers and maybe Butkus
on the same night.
Yeah, they were wearing ponchos at midfield.
That was
Yeah,
Erik
remember
Kramer was in that game. Our next guest tonight, wearing that ugliest uniform you'd ever see. That
you have Erik
throwback.
Kramer coming on tonight?
Yes.
That's
Right
my guy. Remind him I took his money on the golf course up in Oakland. Yes.
I will tell him.
I love that dude.
Oh, he's tremendous. And he did tell me to tell you that he said hello, because he was supposed to come on last week, but he rescheduled to this week. I said, well, you'll come on after Kaplan, David Kaplan. He goes, Cap's coming on? He's like, you got to tell him I said hello.
Yeah, I'm a big
that guy.
fan of that dude.
Oh, yeah. Jeez. If you ever watched the interview we had with him the last time, I'm telling you, it is one of the greatest, most powerful interviews I've ever been a part of. And it's our show. It was crazy I've ever seen. And it was our show. with him being so open and honest about his life and the things he did. And it's crazy. But tonight he'll be talking about this rivalry. That's where we're going to start here with the Chicago Bears. Obviously, Matt Nagy gives up play calling, Dave. And you are saying to yourself, this might save his ass.
Yeah, I think it will, because I've asked enough people up there, and then I work with Olin, Alex Brown, and Lance Briggs, who talk to those guys still, and they said players really like playing for this dude. They do. They feel like it's a good culture, and he truly has their best interests at heart. He just sucks as a play caller. And here's the other thing. Okay, so he's got this is his play sheet. Okay, Dave Wanstead, who I love, I had dinner with him down in Florida the night we drafted Justin Fields.
Yes.
I was down with you guys, then I went to dinner with my wife and Wani. And Wani said he comes to Chicago and Jimmy Johnson sees his first game and he calls him. And he goes, okay, what in the fuck are you doing with a play sheet in your hand? He's like, what are you talking about? I'm a defensive guy. I'm calling all the defenses. He goes, yeah, those days are over. You're a head coach. He goes, when they come running up to you, coach, you want to challenge that play? Let me see. I don't know. I'm looking at my play sheet. No, you got to be connected to all the phases. And Jimmy said to Dave, you hire an offensive coordinator. His only job is to score as many fucking points as he can. And you hire a defensive coordinator, and his job is to keep them from scoring as many fucking points as they can. And your job is to motivate. I want to challenge that play. I want to punt here. No, let's go for it. He said, no. And so when they took it away from this guy last year, I was like, all right, the offense looks better. It's not great, but it's better. Now he fired himself for the second time in 10 games.
Exactly.
Don't ever give this man the play sheet back, and he might just turn out to be a solid head coach.
That scares me, man.
It is
like crack to him.
Looking at that Denny's menu.
Right.
We did see it in his hand
He's like
again.
this.
Oh my God.
And
Yes. He had the scaled down version this past week.
Come on, coach.
He had the appetizers menu this weekend from Illuminati's, just the wine list. He was looking at it still. Hopefully he can help himself.
Great story for you. So the first game, Bill Lazor's going to call plays. It's the week after the Cleveland game. We're playing Detroit. They have their team meeting Saturday night at the hotel. They stay downtown at a hotel. Yeah. The offense is in there. Matt's sitting there. Lazor's running the meeting now because he's calling plays.
Right.
It's a true story.
And he
says, okay, guys, the 15 plays that we're scripting. They always script 15 plays. He puts the first one up, and Nagy goes, we're fucking coming out a jumbo package on the first play of the game. And he's like, yes, we are. He's like, I don't like that. He goes, well, guess what? I'm calling the plays, coach. That's what we're doing. And what they do?
My God.
Fucking 9-yard gain on first down.
Yeah.
Yeah. David Montgomery's your identity, coach. That slipped. I don't know how a gym teacher just lines everybody up, throw a ball out, then you see who's the best. It shouldn't be that in the NFL. David was amazing what he was able to do. And then you saw what he did. It's unfortunate that he got hurt, but the running game is the penicillin, Dave. And he
truly think
can't
they have
do
a chance. I'm not telling you they're going to beat the Packers. What I'm telling you is I think they have a chance to beat the Packers.
With that defense, they have a chance. With the running game, they got a chance. I totally agree with you. Obviously, we're going to.
And don't you think that there's a belief factor in the guy taking the snaps now that this kid can make a play?
Yes.
Or that they're even if they get in a hole and Eddie Jackson misses a tackle, that this kid can dig us out of it. I don't think they've had that in a long time.
Go back and watch the beginning of the game last week. Justin gets hit in the back.
Same leg.
God.
Olin, I'm sitting with Olin, Alex, and Lance, and Olin's sitting right next to me, and he goes, oh, boy, I've had that. That's a liver shot. He said, if you get hit right there, it's tough to push through it. He said, I'm telling you, you feel like you're going to start vomiting, and your whole body just shuts down. He said, we're going to find out about this kid real quick. The next shot, he's sitting on the bench, and he's like this, and his eyes are back in his head. It's like, oh, we're fucked. And the kid comes back in the game, and he throws that touchdown to Jesper Horsted, and he gets hit right after he released it, and he does like a somersault.
Yeah.
And he comes up, and he's doing one of these, and Olin looked at me and goes, we got a quarterback.
Yeah.
He goes, he's a tough ass. I love it. So
I've never seen this kind of presence at quarterback. And I'm going to talk to Kramer about that too, because this isn't smoke. We said this so many times before we had Erik on. Erik Kramer elicited this confidence that when he was going to play, if Wani so chose, that he was going to deliver. It wasn't bigger than him. That was the last time I remember feeling as a fan watching the Chicago Bears, because Jim McMahon, he was injured. He gave you that feeling, but he's so fragile.
Yeah.
Like he could be out. Tom Zach's in, and you're like, fuck. Now it's time that we're going to lose. Or Harbaugh, never, as tough as Harbaugh was, he just didn't elicit that composure. With Justin, there is something I've never seen, and you just described it because I was cutting the tape. And he exactly. There's a toughness, but there's a confidence with the toughness, with a guy that says, I'm bigger than this.
Okay, so he was speaking to all of us one day, and somebody said to him, I think it might have been Mark Potash, hey, man, are you aware what you're getting yourself into? Like, we suck at quarterback and have for like 71 years was when Sid Luckman retired. 71 years ago. And Justin looked at him and he said, you guys got to understand something. I went to Georgia and then Ohio State.
Yep.
I don't feel pressure. I'm built for this. I'm meant to be the quarterback of the Chicago Bears, and I am built for this. I loved it. I'm like, my guy, we finally got a guy.
Did you see him in the presser today when Adam Hogue asked him? He goes, the Bears are the Michigan, in the Ohio State-Michigan rivalry. And Fields was just stone-faced the entire time. It was like they're trying to get him razzled with, saying that they're the Michigan. And he's like, I'm here. My job is to win. And that's what we're going to go out and we're going to win. And we're going to be, it was so different from a Chicago Bears quarterback. Mitch would get up there and get nervous and stumble with his words and worry about everything else. But this kid, you listen to him, and if he's inspiring confidence in me sitting here in New York, just listening to him, I can't imagine what he's doing to these guys in the locker room.
Right. I think these guys are all in. I was asking John Yurkovich, who I work with at radio, and I said, Yurko, do guys go to the head coach and go, you're playing the wrong guy, you can't play Andy Dalton? He goes, no, nobody's that forward because you're all worried about your own gig. But he said, you will make comments standing on the sideline at practice, or you're having lunch in the facility, and then one of the coaches will walk by and you'll be like, well, you guys got that fucking pick right. That's your guy right there. And they'll just drop little shots like
little hints.
Finally drafted a good quarterback. They let them know.
I have not, and you cover this team so well. You cover sports so well. So I want you to broaden your reach here. When I look at Justin Fields, I'm a football guy. That's it. I don't watch all these other fucking sports that everybody else.
You're not like me with the hockey game on.
No,
right?
Oh, yeah.
no hockey, no baseball, no basketball, just college and NFL football. That's it. So I will say this in my question. I've never saw a Chicago Bears quarterback or player have this kind of disposition since the great Walter Payton that you're wearing. Am I wrong? You can broaden this to an example of any other, but he's like, he's like Rocky facing off with Drago he just is so tuned in and competitive that you could tell this shit matters to him. Some NFL players like Jay Cutler, we use him. He didn't give a fuck. He knew he was getting a paycheck, and it just was like, we all pray that you're going to play up to your potential. Same with Rex Grossman. kind of an underdog, had a lot of talent, but was he tough? Was he going to will a victory? I've not seen this before, Dave, as a Bears analyst or as a fan of this team. In the city of Chicago, maybe Michael Jordan could be a comparison here. I haven't seen it, though.
Yeah, I mean, look, this kid started 2 games. We've got a long way to go to see where he is. But I'm just telling you, man, he elicits confidence in his teammates. His team wants him out there. And I truly believe, look, last Monday, not 2 days ago, a week ago, Matt comes to the podium in the morning. I'm on the air. I see his comments start coming through. It's, hey, man, Andy Dalton's the 1, Justin the 2, and Nick's the 3. And I'm like, just stop. Just stop. And then Matt doesn't talk on Tuesday. Wednesday morning, hey, we'd just like to let you know that Justin's now the 1 going forward. And I'm like, all right, when did Justin find this out? And then we find out Justin was called in Tuesday. Hey, coach wants to see you in the office. Hey, man, we're going with you. And relax. If you have a bad game, don't worry about it. You're the guy going forward. Don't look over your shoulder. I'm not making a change. Don't tell anybody. You can tell your parents. Don't tell them. I'm going to tell the media tomorrow. Okay. So Monday, you're telling us Andy's the 1, Justin's the 2, Nick's the 2. So I truly believe, and I've heard inklings of this. Yeah, come in. Oh, hey, Ryan, what's up? Hey, I'm just letting you know. We're going with Justin. And I think George said to Ryan, hey, what do you think about playing the kid? And Ryan said, we can play the kid. There may be some hiccups along the way, but if you're good with it, you got to understand it's a growing process. And what I heard was George said, I'm not evaluating you on what your record is this year. I'm evaluating you at the end of the season.
Yep.
Is that kid the fucking man or not? Because if he looks like shit this year, I'm holding you personally responsible. So that's what I think they're being judged on.
Hey, that to me is the best news of the night, of the week, of the year, maybe. Because I want to push back on that because I think it is an indictment on why he needs to be fired. It's because he's in the way of winning. You gave us 2 giant nuggets. One was a knock on the door. That's the exclamation point. The other was the jumbo package to start the game. This guy doesn't care about winning in any case or by any means necessary. He cares about how we win. And when you have a coach, you know, as a coach that cares about what it looks like, what do the stats look like for PFF and all those fucking nerds? What are they going to say when instead we ran the ball 40 fucking times, beat the living fuck out of the guys that bullied us for years, and we could celebrate. And those fans that come out all over the goddamn world that are screaming for you, they could celebrate. That is why I want this guy going.
I think, okay, one thing I'll differ with you on is I don't think Matt's caught up in the numbers. I think Matt is caught up in he has a preconceived notion of how his team should play offensively. And if you think back a couple years ago, they ran the I formation and they ran it successfully. And he goes, I didn't come here to run an I formation. Right. He has an idea. Hey, man, we're going to go vertical. We're going to do this. We're going to do that. You don't have Travis Kelce, Tyreek Hill. You don't have those dudes. So you have to tailor what you do to the talent on your roster. That's it. But I do think Matt is a really good motivator. And I think his dudes like playing for him. That's a big thing, man. I'm just telling you, because I know what it was like. Lance Briggs told us stories the other day that make your skin crawl about how awful Mark Trestman was. Like, awful.
Right.
Big plays are nice. They're good. We need more of those.
Do you think that in Matt Nagy's world that he thinks that he should be the star of the offense?
I don't know if star's the right way. I think he had
or he should be the reason that they're, he's the brightest light.
He wants the players to grab the spotlight, but he has this idea of how they're going to play. He doesn't have the personnel, and I think it took somebody saying to him, I'm taking the play sheet away. You need to look in the mirror and fire yourself as the play caller, and you might end up being a pretty decent head coach. If your guys like competing for you, you saw how hard, like Jimmy Graham was at the point of the attack late in the game. He's leading Damian Williams. Jimmy Graham hadn't blocked like that in 10 years, but he likes playing for this guy. And this guy, from what I was told, said, hey, man, I need you to be a better blocker. And they had this talk, and Jimmy Graham was out there busting heads. I'm like, who is that dude? So if
it's called accountability.
Out of his guys, I'm all right with it.
He's called accountability.
Yeah.
And listen, I'm going to push back again because I feel like here's the charter franchise.
Yep.
And those people that are having to take control of the head coach, learning on the job. I don't know, Dave. I feel like it's happened once that he took it back. Then he started calling plays against the Saints and the same shit happens. You saw it again in Cleveland. Like, who the fuck goes against the Browns? No, let's scout the Browns, Dave, me and you. They got one of the best, if not the best or second best pass rusher in the league. And then they got another guy over there. They're kind of like the Bears. So you got to block the edges when you got our young core. Let's run 5 guys out every time. It was insanity, but it happened. And we're supposed to forget that and forgive it until it happens again. And Justin Fields almost got killed. The reality is trust. Do you trust Matt Nagy to be just the CEO of the team, like you said? Do you trust him?
He's got to earn that trust. Today, no.
Okay, good.
But if you tell me at the end of the year, wow, that actually looked really good. Like, okay, let's go into free agency and let's add another piece on the offensive line. Let's go get another receiver. Like, wow, we actually look like a competent offense, and our quarterback fits what we're doing. I'm okay with it. At the end of the year, if I'm like, he took the play call, no, you're gone. You're out. Yeah. By the way, I got a text from a very, very astute football mind named Greg Braggs. Who said, make sure you tell Shayne to stop making jokes about my mom. He's better than that.
She's upstairs making me popcorn right now, Greg.
He's coming on later in the show.
I love that.
Oh, we do too. That's why he's going to be at the tailgate with us. So fans are going to be able to come out and meet us all this
Cap,
Sunday.
text him back and ask him what his pool looks like. He'll love that.
Hold on.
What's your pool look like? There's a whole story about that pool situation. That's hilarious.
You better find someone who knows how to really lay bricks to build a pool.
Right. Here, let me play this clip for you guys, and you guys can react to it because this is what Cap brought up there earlier.
That's what I'm talking about. That dude got hit in the liver and was down and out, and that's the guy. He's a beast.
Cap, he also hyperextended his knee to the point where I couldn't watch it again.
Oh, I thought he blew his leg out.
Me too. And this mother son of a gun gets this kid is beyond. He is the Walter Payton kind of vibe for me. That he refuses to, what did Walter say? Never die easy. And unfortunately.
But so he's going to be the guy, he's going to be the savior of Matt Nagy's head coaching career in Chicago.
He has a very strong chance to. Now, you do have to give Matt credit on this. Matt broke down. So let me take you back to 2017. And his agent still has the reports.
Yeah.
I was told by someone in that building, Andy Reid said, I need you to evaluate Trubisky, Mahomes, and Watson. And Matt nailed every evaluation. Nailed it. Like, don't miss on Mahomes. He's generational. It's going to take time. but that guy has every talent. Trubisky, great kid, great leader, good athlete, good arm. The ultimate project, he called him, which he was. And
Right.
Deshaun Watson, he said, winner, got a lot of great qualities, skinny wrists, skinny ankles, and I question his knee. Well, he blew his ACL for the second time, and now, of course, he's got other shit going on.
Did he say anything about massage therapists in that? Because then I would give him a lot of credit.
Oh, man, if he did. But he evaluated all the quarterbacks in this draft, and the guy he wanted beyond anybody was Justin Fields.
So that's Cap. I've had a couple of conversations with guys, obviously not in the know, but we've talked about this. If the Bears had the number 1 pick, I feel like they're still drafting Justin Fields in this past draft.
So Cynthia Freeland from the NFL Network,
Yep.
the day after the draft, she called 32. She had gotten a hold of 16, and then she finally got the other 16. So she spoke to every team in the NFL and said, without putting your name on it, how did you rank the quarterbacks in the draft? 16 of the 32 had Justin Fields, the number 1 quarterback in the draft. So half the league would have taken this dude number 1.
Right. And
All
that's
I'm telling you is they made an astute move to get this kid, and they got lucky. Maybe the good Lord, the big bear in the sky, finally smiled on us at quarterback.
Well, there was a little bit more to the luck finally falling our way was the negligence of the media and people on ESPN included saying that this kid can't process, Dan Orlovsky, and this guy, he's slow at this, and he has epilepsy. That came out like, 4 days before the draft itself. It almost was like, Laramie Tunsil with the goddamn weed mask and all that, just to push this kid down. Do you feel as though, there was any validity to any of those concerns? Are you completely recognizing that Justin Fields is what those 16 other teams, probably the best one in this draft?
I've always been a big Trevor Lawrence guy. I like him. Like, he looks like a quarterback. The thing that bothered me about him, and I've been his biggest supporter, was when they asked him, do you play with a chip on your shoulder for people? No, I really don't. I just go out and I play. I'm like, I want an asshole who has a chip on his shoulder. And I guarantee you Justin Fields wants the other 10 if he beats some like Carolina, Denver, teams that passed on him that needed a quarterback, I guarantee you he's going to go like that, like 11. He's going to put up 11 because Patrick Surtain's a really good player. Devontae Smith is a good player. How do you leave that kid on the board?
No idea. I mean, if you're the
do you know the Vikings story? So the Vikings are taking him.
Yeah.
And a friend of mine from college who scouts in the league is friends with their GM in Minnesota. And he said the next day that guy called him and said, fucking Bears, we were taking that kid. Fucking Bears got our guy. Yes.
Yeah.
Finally got a quarterback in there. Let me ask you about Allen Robinson. Here's a guy, great hands, but I've called him out, Dave, on his effort in regards to ball play away effort, play away blocking effort. Like, he doesn't want to get dirty, where Darnell Mooney's a $120, probably $180 soaking wet, is out there physically blocking defensive ends. He's playing the game hard. Is this somebody that you would want coming back? I know you've talked about you don't believe he's a top 10 receiver, but is he somebody that you feel as though needs to return to the Chicago Bears, or are we better off without this guy?
Look, he's a good football player. You're always better when you got good football players. Do I think he's a top 10 guy? I don't. He doesn't have top end speed. He's not a top end athlete. He's not 6'5" like a DK Metcalf or some of these other guys that I watch. He's a good football player. And if he's reasonable on his number, keep him. If he thinks he's worth 22 million a year, no shot Now you got to replace him, but I still can't understand how there were 50-50 balls last year. I'm thinking of 2 on the sideline that got ripped out of his hands.
Yep.
So
Dude,
he's a
wait till you
very
see-
good player. I just don't think he's an elite player.
There's a throw by Justin Fields against the Raiders down the left sideline. It is a fucking there's nothing about it that is quarterback how you do it. He shoots it like an arrow, and it just lays up there and it drops dime ball, and Mr. Allen Robinson drops it again.
Well,
he also dropped his first touchdown against the
against the Lions.
The Lions. It would all of these things, a narration going about Fields with stats and PFF and Nerd Boys, they're not helping him out. They're not.
My favorite throw that Justin has made this year actually was to Allen Robinson. Think back, they're going down the field, and he throws a 28-yard out to Allen Robinson. There are 2 guys right there and a third guy in trail, and he throws a fucking dart, and Allen did a great job. He caught it, tap, and he dragged the other foot.
And he was holding that ball.
That was the best throw Justin has ever made in the Bears uniform. Like the one that he dumped into the basket, like the rainbow to Mooney.
Yeah.
I don't know quarterbacks should make that throw. The dime 28 yards on Allen Robinson's hands on the sideline, that was special.
I think the biggest mistake that the Bears can make, Cap, is to dump big money into Allen Robinson. I understand the talent, but it's got to be a guy that fits Justin Fields.
You can't overpay for
can't.
Good. You got to overpay for elite.
Yep,
exactly.
Totally agree. And if they have to, this is all. Every decision moving forward has to be with Justin. It has to be the first thing in your mind. What fits him
I got
best.
a chance to talk to Ryan Pace, and I said, "How did the trade go down for Justin Fields?" And he said, "Look, Matt did all the homework, then Ryan and all the scouts, and then he goes, we got together and we all went, okay, we can't get Trevor Lawrence, so he's off the board. Zach Wilson, a lock to go to the Jets, off the board. Is it Mac Jones? Is it Trey Lance? Is it Justin Fields?" He goes, and Matt was emphatic. The guy I want, if we can get him, is Justin Fields. So the day of he goes, you start making calls leading up to it. And he goes, I was worried that Denver or Carolina might take him.
Yeah.
He said, and then you really heated up 9 a.m. the day of the draft. He goes, I have a great relationship with Dave Gettleman. I call him up and I said, hey, are you taking a quarterback at 11? No, we're all in on Daniel Jones. We are not. You want that pick? Yes. Okay, here's what I think it's going to take. Let's talk later in the day. If he's on the board, let's see what happens. So Ryan said, I had a card. He said, Matt and I talked what we would be willing to give up. He goes, and it was a steep price. He goes, there's my card. I write down on it what we discussed in the morning. On the other side of the card, it has, here's the limit I'll go to. I'm not going beyond this limit. He said, but I thought might be able to get him for what he asked for in the morning. He said, now we get into the draft, and it looks like we got a shot. It's not done yet. There's still, I think, Carolina to go or Denver, one of them. And he said, he calls Gettleman. Hey, man, okay, let's do this. If he's on the board, let's do what we talked about. And Gettleman said, I can't do that. What do you mean? My owner wants more because we feel like if we shop it, we can go out. So if you want to do this deal, here's what I have to have. And he gives it to him. And Ryan said, turn the card over. It's exactly the limit that he and Matt were willing to go to.
Oh, wow.
And he said,
awesome.
All right, okay, let's do it. And he said, held my breath. And when I heard that Philly had traded up to get the pick, he went, oh, God. If they take my kid, I'm going to be devastated.
I did too, Cap. I was so worried.
Yeah. And he said, when they said Devontae Smith, he went, got our guy. So pretty cool how it all unfolds.
That's the amazing magic of the draft.
Not to go back to the draft too much, and obviously we got Fields, Cap, but do you think if Carolina did take Fields, do you think that the Bears are still in play for Mac Jones?
I don't think so. I think the Bears then stay where they're at. They take like Greg Newsome to be a really good corner, who I love him. I think he's going to be a really good player for the Browns. Like they got Denzel Ward and Greg Newsome. That's as good a twosome of corners you're going to find. So I think that's what they would have done.
Yep.
But hey, man, the football gods smiled on us.
I would be disappointed if they didn't take Mac Jones. It's so funny because Mac Jones actually fits what Matt really wants to do, and Justin Fields, obviously, Bill Lazor has a better understanding. The biggest disappointment, and I know we got to let my boy go, David Kaplan, is as a head coach, all of these nuggets. I mean, tonight you could see the fans love when Cap comes on because you get some of these great stories behind the Wizard of Oz curtain that are the Chicago Bears. It goes back to an open competition, learning what it is that you want to do offensively and allowing Justin Fields to compete to be the starter. I just think you would be, again, they've won 2 games now. We're going to see where they go, but I think you would have been so much better off. Rams, Browns, had you had that, and the whole team would really rally. You already saw, as Shayne points out, Jasper Horsted and David Montgomery talking about Justin Fields. It's like this is a god to them.
Okay,
that's
so,
how.
The guy I went to college with who scouts in the league knows Matt. He said, listen to me. He goes, he loves Matt. He thinks Matt is an awesome guy. And he said, guys love playing for him. He said that Matt told him, hey, man, I think Justin's our future. I think he's going to be great. But today, meaning when we started the season, I truly believe I have a loyalty and a responsibility to the 50 other guys other than the quarterback room to put them. He said, Khalil Mack plays through injury. Robert Quinn, all these guys, Akeem Hicks, I owe it to them to give them the best chance to win on Sunday. And he truly believed, we could say he's wrong, but his motive was he truly believed Andy Dalton, the first few weeks of the season, gave them the best chance for those other 50 guys to feel like they could win. That's why he did it.
That's why I want him fired. There you go.
My God.
I'm dead ass serious. Like, I know football players. That kid walks into the room. He allowed the competition. Andy Dalton becomes more of a great move because he won legitimately for everybody of those 53 that he's talking about. They all would have rallied around Andy, and that story would be different. That's why. Thank you again. You gave me 3 points. Listen, that's my opinion. That's how my father would run a football team, Sam Rutigliano, and everybody else that I know football-wise. Matt Nagy has proven to me time and time again, play calling for the second time, that he can't do this. He's not the guy, in my opinion. Keeping it 100.
Promise me this.
Yes, I will.
Let's watch the rest of the season.
Mhm.
Let's let it play out. Again, if he goes back and I see that fucking play card in his hand and he's covering his mouth and he's calling play. Hey, coach, did you call the plays? Yeah, I took it back. Gone. You're out.
I agree.
But let's agree. Let's see how we're 3-2. Let's see how the final 12 games go. Let's be honest of where they're at. And if the kid doesn't look good, we're blowing the thing up anyway.
Well, you know, I'm going to be honest with you. I love you. Listen, I'm not blowing smoke. Shayne knows this. Everybody should know the story. If you don't, real quick, I'll say, I didn't believe in Cat. I thought he was one of those shock jocks, just trying to amp up, doing the Kyle Brandt shit. Fuck you, Bears fans. You wanted him fired. Meanwhile, Kyle was saying that 2 days ago. No, David Kaplan is the opposite. He is, as I said to him, right? I said this to you. You're our hope. You're our voice. You're the guy that can get in there into the ring and mix it up and hold the Chicago Bears accountable. He is David Kaplan. He is the city of Chicago and sports. And everybody in the chat, everybody listening to this show on the podcast or watching it later tonight, the thousands of you, this guy, follow him on Twitter. Let him know what he means to you, because in life, we only get one life. We only get one. And I'm so glad that David Kaplan is in my life. So
The
thank
feeling
you.
is mutual to both of you. Shayne, I say a prayer
Hey,
for you and your family all
Cap,
the time.
real quick, there's somebody here that wants to say hi to you.
Oh,
My guy?
my guy. There
Hey,
you.
my guy. How are you?
Hey, Cap.
How you doing, man?
I'm
There
doing
he
good.
is.
How are you?
Good. We've got the same haircut.
Yeah.
Yours is going to come back and mine never is. But, hey, man, I'm rooting for you and just keep being a beast, all right?
All right. Thanks.
How's your pizza?
It's pretty good. I like it.
All right. When you need more, you let me know.
All right.
You're the man.
Riley Strong. There he is coming on the show.
I love it. Absolutely
Unbelievable.
love it.
That's how big Cap is. That kid got out of bed or he's playing
He did.
Madden or something.
Yeah, I texted him upstairs and he's like, "Is Cap still on?" And I said, "You better get down here. He's got to go. He's a busy man." So he ran down.
Love
That
it.
was awesome.
And
Awesome
Phil,
moment.
We're hooking up on Friday, right?
Friday it is.
What
Yes.
time do you land?
I land 11:23 a.m. Chicago time, and then
O'Hare or Midway, or do you just take a private jet?
oh, yeah, right. I'm no first class for Nicola. I'll tell you that. I'll tell you that. But I will be landing at O'Hare. Then I'm getting picked up. We're gonna drop off our bags. So I'll text you. Jim Larison, huge supporter of this show, our business guy. He's picking me and my wife and my niece and up, and we're gonna go to his house, drop our bags off, then head to the city. So
where does he live?
Oh my God, I always fuck this up. Around Arlington Heights, in that kind of area.
He used to live. Okay, so
Naperville, like in that. Is that? I don't know.
They're not real close.
No, it takes about 45.
What is it? It's Glen Ellen. Is that how
Glen
you said it?
Ellen.
Yeah.
How far is that?
Glen Ellen's out west.
Okay, so
we'll try and figure out a way that you and I can hook up.
Well, Larison's got a private jet, so they're fine.
Larison will make sure I get to wherever you tell me.
What time are you heading over to the stadium on Sunday?
We're gonna be there 8 in the morning. We're having a TTNL meet and greet. So Chris Zorich is coming over, tailgating with us. He's a part of our network now on Monday nights. He does the Super 16 polls show.
Yep, I'm a big fan.
So I'll be out there if you want to. Do you want to come to the tailgate?
Yeah, I can't because I got to do TV that morning.
Yeah, so I'll make sure I get down to Chicago for lunchtime. Jim Larison will make sure.
Yeah, even if it doesn't work on Friday, when do you fly back?
Saturday, I'll be around too.
When do you fly back?
Monday afternoon.
Okay, so after my radio show Monday, I'm going to come find you.
Okay.
All right?
Either way, we're going to make this happen. If not, it's okay.
We'll figure it out. I would love to get a chance to see you, and I know you all kicked your coverage on your wife, so
yeah, she's excited to see you too. She really is.
You guys travel safely. Shayne, thank you for bringing your son in.
Thanks,
and
Cap.
God bless, and let's hope we beat the shit out of the Packers.
Let's go. Go Bears. He's David Kaplan, family here at TTNL, and just an amazing person. Thank you, Dave, for your time tonight.
And take care of my guy Braggs.
We will. Trust me. We got plenty planned for him.
I'll see you this weekend. We'll definitely hook up.
I'm going to make sure of it. If I have to go wherever you tell me, Steph really wants to meet you too.
We'll chop it up. You got it.
All right.
See you, Cap.
Love you. Bye now. Whoop. There he is. David Kaplan, Shayne. I mean,
amazing.
Is he not the best?
Oh,
Jesus,
man. Yeah. No, I was texting back and forth with Riley. Riley got all excited when Cap started following him on Twitter, and they had a little private conversation back and forth. So I forgot to tell Riley that Cap was coming on tonight, and then he was in bed. So I texted him. So he wanted to make sure and get down here and pay his respects, because Cap and his wife were very gracious with what they did for Riley, sending him a little bit of Chicago love there and on the deep dish. So no, I enjoyed it. I'm glad he got to come down and talk to Cap a little bit face to face.
That was awesome, man. And such great news. If you're just tuning in, big news out of the Marsaws. Oh,
No.
Marsaws.
Don't put that H in there.
We got great news. Riley has stopped chemo and they're going to do some more tests, but the chemo is done. So huge news here tonight.
Yes.
And we got
Bigger
to see.
news, even bigger news. Look who just popped in down there, Phil.
Oh, yeah. He's ready to rock and roll. Our guy.
Two things.
Where's his
That's
intro?
not him either.
Nerd alert.
Finally, Claudio. I don't know if it was you or Jackal.
I'm not getting shirtless, so nobody get their hopes up that that's going to happen right now.
Well, we hope you never get shirtless, to be honest.
So does my wife, so it's fine.
Exactly. That's all good. What's up, Cars? Cars! You ready for this weekend? Bears versus Packers. The TTNL family are all jumping out there real quick. I told everyone you're not going to be there. So Jeff Burton threw down his hat. He's not coming now. So
no, I'm sorry. Work, unfortunately, I had to I kind of got a promotion, and so I have a lot more responsibilities.
No kind of a promotion, Cars.
No, in typical American fashion, they're like, we want you to try this out for exactly $0 extra to make sure you like this, but we're going to give you all that responsibility. So nothing's more American than that.
That's the corporate way.
Yes, absolutely.
That's why we have Nagy as a head.
It's like getting married, right?
No
extra money. You're spending more money, and you have a lot more.
It's more like having kids.
Yeah,
You
well,
get
that too.
Extra money.
Not talking about having more kids.
What?
Why not?
Mm-mm.
No.
Real quick, we're gonna have Chris Jackal in the building. Cherie, Lady Bear, as you know her, she will be there. Claudio, the moderator, the barber, first class Fernicola t-shirts are gonna be sold. And Caden Whitlow, Ron G, Cool Kennedy, Lawrence Fleming, the guy who does all the voices of the Chicago. He's in Punta Cana now. He'll be there at the tailgate. Chris Zorich, myself, Sammy the Bull, Mike Tenorelli, Greg Braggs from Braggs in the Stand, Ivan Vargas from Sean and Maya. They'll all be out there. We're going to be doing a live BHL. My rant will be live. I wonder if any parents will run up on me and get upset.
Oh boy,
swearing.
Cars wasn't here for
in
that
the
one.
parking lot. So we'll see how that goes. But the reality is, TTNL, we're excited to meet you, the fans. Hopefully, you can come out with or without a ticket. Be in the South Lot. Sammy the Bull, Greg, Alex Acevedo. I forgot the swag man. 8:00 a.m. Bob Fishnut will be out there tailgating it up, music, and shouting them out. Alex Acevedo and Greg and everybody. So we'll be more of that later with all those details. But I just wanted to clear up that Cars, unfortunately, wants to be there but can't be there. So
this
no
adulthood
Cars.
thing, if Caden, drop out of school, never grow up. That's my life advice to everyone. But
Yeah, I wish that could happen. Well, let's talk David Kaplan before we get to our next guest. David Kaplan, man, every time he comes on here with that passion and fire, but he fits right in. And you know what? I honestly do love that guy. Like,
yeah, he's great.
We only get one life, and people like that light up a room, almost like the comparison to Justin Fields. You know, they don't think they're better than you. They want to see the best in you. Those are the people I want to surround myself with. And
yeah,
everybody has
Cap's the guy in the weeds that's doing work for people behind the scenes and wants no gratitude, no attention whatsoever. He remains silent and does beautiful gestures, and that speaks to the man right there. I mean, you guys are aware of things that Cap has done, and it's, I mean, him and Mindy as well. It's, class act all the way, not looking for any gratitude in return says it all about the man.
Great human being, great interview. Again, every time you think it's not, you never know what to expect because there's no script. Shayne and I don't write down questions, or rarely do. I won't say I've never written down questions because I have. But when it comes to Cap, it's just how is this going to flow? Let's just piggyback on. Yeah, exactly. So what a great conversation. And exactly, Irish Kyle Brandt. I'm trying to get Kyle Brandt on the show because I want to I'll hold him accountable and we'll talk about that stuff. Hopefully he'll come on the show. And you fans have more juice than you think. I saw Bullets, I saw Sammy, I saw a few of you guys tagging Kyle Brandt, Alex, tagging him in. I hope he could come on the show. We're not going to be rude to the guy. That's not.
No.
We're never rude to anybody, despite the reputation. See, the thing is the thing of truth right here. That line of truth is like even with Cap, Shayne, I still had to keep it 100. Like I'm still firing this guy because of those points. I'm on the other side of the fence. Are you with me, Shayne, in what I was saying?
Oh, well, I'm along the lines with the thing about it is, Phil, every win moving forward, he's cementing himself as the head coach is getting thicker. He's not going anywhere.
But wasn't that an indictment? Like when he was
but
Bill Lazor's play.
You have to look at this
the
from
jumbo to open the lines.
Oh, you saw that?
Yeah. Oh, I made Aubrey watch for a while, and she's like, "Why do they say fuck a lot, Daddy?" So that was
There's parental discretion is advised.
I missed that part of the intro. Sorry.
But you have to look at it from an analytical sense and break down the words. Like, don't forget what Cap said. George and Ryan started talking, and I'm not judging you on your record. It's all about number one and the development of him moving forward. So that if that is true, if what Cap is saying is true, which I'm assuming that it is, it's not going anywhere. Because I mean, yes, you've had a couple of comments from players that would go against the grain with Nagy.
Like Goodwin.
Yeah, a couple of things, but
Jimmy
that's what
Graham even did.
Right, exactly.
Maybe
but it's not Trestman-esque whatsoever,
right?
In terms of a fractured locker room. I mean, you saw it. Listen, I thought them releasing the club dub, and you can have your thoughts on it. I'm not releasing a club dub video from fucking Bears Twitter this week. Go out and beat fucking Green Bay and then release that shit.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But I think what Cap is saying is true. Do I agree with it 100%? No, I don't, because I don't think that Nagy in the long run is going to be able to keep his fingers off of the play calls. And I just think he's got too much of an ego to stay away too long in that. That's
we're gonna do
the part that worries me.
I agree with you. We're gonna do exactly. Listen, I'm keeping it 100 with you fans, like even you trolls. I'm saying this so you don't have to comment and be little prickies. The reality is, we are gonna hold every game. The story is within the game of football. Yeah. Win or lose, there's going to be things that you analyze that maybe you don't see, that we see, because we're looking at the tape to come up with this. And then our initial reaction is always going to be situational football, use of personnel. Like there's no way any person in America would use Damiere Byrd as a wing to block a 290-pound defensive end coming on the backside.
Go out the next day and praise him for his blocking ability.
And then praise him for it. I'll show you on tape. It's a travesty. It's a travesty. But the reality is we're going to watch does his ego invade the football team? That is the story here, because Dave Kaplan's telling you one story and the knock on the door and no competition and finding he couldn't find David Montgomery, guys. So I'm going to believe it when I see it. But I will say this before we get to this next amazing guest. I will say this. I will give Matt Nagy credit when it's due. He lost me in all of this after the Detroit game when he showed his ego. He couldn't just say, Bill called an amazing game. I got to be better. Like, be truthful. I don't have trust in that kind of person. Just being honest. That being said, somebody that understands the quarterback position, that understands the rivalry, that understands the hills, the valleys, the lies, the politics of football, everything that it's like Visa. It's everywhere you want to be. Erik Kramer, the former Chicago Bears quarterback, he knows how much we love him here. The last time he was on this show was one of the most powerful shows our network has ever showcased. Tonight, he's going to talk some football. Let's bring him out the way we do, the Erik Kramer way, the story of Erik Kramer.
As fans of the Chicago Bears, we know all too well the struggles this franchise has had at the QB position for, well, 102 years. This guy was a bright spot and made a mark as the Bears franchise leader in most passing yards in a single season, most pass attempts in a game, and most passing TDs in a season. That 1995 season was a lot of fun on offense. The defense, not so much. Bears fans, it is our honor to bring to you a former QB of your Chicago Bears, but most importantly, a guy that is willing to share real-life struggles with you in this open forum. Please stand up and let's give him a proper TTNL welcome the only way we know how. He's Erik Kramer.
There he is, Erik Kramer.
Very nice. Thank you.
I think
normally I don't really like going to the doctor, but this isn't so bad.
Yeah, there you go.
You're coming to the doctor's office here.
So we just had Cap on right before you, David Kaplan.
Right.
And he's
good.
like, oh, my guy, Erik, you got to tell him I enjoyed taking his money on the golf course. He goes, you got to remind him of that.
Yeah, I don't really remember it quite that way. But
It's funny how that always works out, right? Somebody else remembers the story completely differently.
yeah, that's all right. They let him have his few minutes.
Well, he did really say how much he loves you, and we pushed
He's a
that
great guy.
over to. He really is, and so are you. I know how much he appreciates you. He shared that with me privately as well. So glad to have you back. It's Erik fucking Kramer, everyone's saying in the chat. Yeah, it's Erik fucking Kramer early. And hopefully you can give a little perspective on the quarterback position. Obviously, we talked to you. We wanted to get you on after the Detroit game because of the two personal relationships you have. But listen, like Bearlissimo legit loves you. So do we. Talk about Justin Fields from your eyes, holding down that position. What are your thoughts as the baton was passed to him against Detroit, and now as he leads up against obviously the dreaded rival Green Bay Packers?
Right. Well, so far I've seen about what I thought I would, and he looked to me better than I thought he would in the preseason, and but I think the way the season sort of unfolded, that's kind of gone how I thought, though. And because I think it's hard, man. It's hard your first year doing anything, much less playing quarterback in the NFL. And it just it's normal for it to take a little time. I think I was watching something on I forget what, the Good Morning Football or something, and it was breaking down a couple of plays from the Detroit game that were clear made the wrong read type things out of Justin.
Right.
But that's to be expected. But he can also bring things that not many people can either, and he's shown when I first saw that knee thing from last weekend,
Oh my God.
I had to turn my head away before it even happened. Like I thought, oh no, this is slowed down for a reason. And as soon as I saw that knee start to go the wrong way, I was like, oh. But he came back, and I just think there's something about him that he's gonna have what it takes to me to ride out the valleys. You know what I mean? Like in the valleys, you might be in there a while. There's no guarantee you're coming back up. And so I think he's probably experiencing some of that. But that's also, you love to look back on those days.
Yep.
On what you came through to be where you are, where I am today, where that is. You have to have gone through that.
Absolutely. That's the whole premise of human life. Like, you learn from your mistakes. The best ones are the ones that actually take those lessons and apply them in situations. Something you did as an undrafted free agent out of NC State. Your story is one with which obviously could have a movie written about, all of it, obviously. And here you are looking at this real quick. Bears-Packers rivalry. You've been in it before. As a quarterback, what did it mean to you? In all honesty, was it just another game? And for the fans, it wasn't. Was it something you had to learn how important it was? And I told the story the last time you were on. I was there at Lambeau when you hit Curtis Conway deep before the half when we were down. Probably my favorite all-time play I've ever witnessed live on any level of football. That throw, that was a dime. That was a dime. And I still
the kids say today, right?
Yeah, as the kid. Well, I've said that my whole life.
I'm dating
shit.
myself actually with that. So no, here's what I remember about my first Bears game. And this was in 1994. And it was on an interview, and someone was saying, okay, due to all the years, I think the 75-year anniversary of the NFL.
Yes, because you wore those shitty throwbacks.
Thank you. My point exactly. I wasn't going to say it, but I'll agree with what you said.
Just agree with me because it was.
But I remember somebody asking me on an interview how I felt about this Packer game. And I was nervous for every game. But I remember trying to keep it together and say, I just tried to treat this as another game. Well, all of a sudden, the next day, that hit the show. I mean, that hit everywhere. Like, you just think it's another game. And so it was newspaper articles written about that comment. So everybody says that, by the way. Like, you try to treat every game like it's just another Sunday. But that, I think, gives you, I made the mistake of thinking that applies to the Packers too. I know for my state of mind, that's the way I went about it.
Yeah.
But I made the mistake of saying that apparently. So this week, as the Bears and Justin Fields get ready for the Packers, my advice to him, if he were sitting in your seat right now, I would say internally, yes, you treat this like any other game. Because you have to have practice on Wednesday first, and Thursday, and Friday. And at night, when you're studying, you're not studying the tradition of the Packers, Bears rivalry. You're studying what the right cornerback's doing. And so that would be my advice. But you have to find ways to let the world hype up the game, whatever that game is. And yet you go right about the way you do every week. And because while they're going crazy, you really can't be to execute your job. And so you can get swollen up in it in the moment from time to time, but know that there could be a pick six right around the corner.
Yeah.
And so I just think it's generally speaking, I think this goes for life. and whatever sport you're playing and whatever you're doing. Like, this is the way to go about it. And can you get excited in the moment? Of course. Are you going to be happy when a pick six goes 106 yards the other way, like it did against Packers when I was in Detroit with George Teague in the playoffs? That was the worst feeling of my life at that point. But walking off the field, I felt like inch high private eye. But the very next series, we scored. So I think that we end up losing the game, and on the little run around bar of not Hail Mary, but where Sterling Sharp's in the back of the end zone, and I remember being back in. I had to go back in the equipment room after the game. I was crying about that. And
wow.
The next week, not the next week, the next year I was in Chicago, but that's how much that game means to everyone who plays it, I think. And so my advice to Justin Fields would be, yeah, man, this is one game in hopefully a long season and hopefully a long career.
Eric, how much do you think his college career plays into something like this? I mean, going to a big time school like Ohio State, and you got the Michigan, game every year, and then you see them playing Clemson in the playoff, and then coming back the next year and dethroning them. Do you think that that's something that he can look back on, that he can use when you're going into a big game like Packer Week?
Oh yeah, for sure. Every big experience you have helps. And I think I saw an article written maybe this week that somebody was like, okay, you're not playing Northwestern anymore. And, talking about the hits he was taking. And he gets that, he's not stupid. And you learn, what you can, or you learn what you can do consistently and consistently well. And typically it's not either end of the spectrum. It's somewhere in the middle that you learn how to read things correctly to accompany the right footwork and get the ball out. So he's a big guy. Can he take hits? Yes. Can he take hits every game? No. Nobody wants to do that because you can't be effective at what you're doing if you're holding. Offenses aren't designed for you to hold the ball forever. That's just not the way it is. So I think if he plays efficiently, he won't have to. But you can't always account for a guy missing his block. And so, fortunately, Justin Fields has some ability. Sometimes he's going to take some massive hits like the one he took in the preseason game. I forget against who. But the guy never took that off. But he's also going to be able to sweep some of those, right? So I think that, to answer your question, Shayne, I think that the experience he's had coming into this program, remember, he started out at Georgia.
Yeah.
He got beat out and then had to go to Ohio State. So all of that goes in.
Well, there was some politics there in regards to him getting
a ton of politics.
Yeah, because Jake Fromm was not better than Justin Fields at the time. So anyway, that's a whole nother story.
We've all gone, just so you know, we've all gone through that.
You talked about it the last time at the junior college with you dealing with the politics. Then you played with Rodney Peete and Andre Ware, right? So there must have been some politics there.
Sure.
With you, because Andre Ware was their number one pick.
Right.
Here's you bringing him into the playoffs.
Right.
So now that's how you became a Chicago Bear. Am I right?
The way I became a Bear was this: that at the end of 1993, that went into it, yes. But at the end of the 93 season, I was a free agent, and the Bears, up until then, nor anywhere afterward, offered me a contract. And so, but the Bears did. And I think I might have told you this, and if I already have, stop me. But that was really the first team that ever recruited me. To be like that guy. Because even when I went to junior college, like I didn't get recruited out of high school. And then going to junior college, when I went to NC State, there was 2 other California junior college guys there too. I never met them, but I thought they're probably going to be better than me when I get there. But it worked out where I got to play. And so, like I was saying though, the way I got to Chicago, I was jumping up and down on the bed because when I got to Chicago, there I was, and it was kind of cool. But I think, like you said, Justin Fields has a bunch of stuff in his past that is all going to help keep him focused on what he knows he's got to do.
Well, I guess my question for you is, obviously you had a long up and coming, but things start to click at some point, right? And it's not everything, but how did you start to realize, or when did you kind of start to realize and things started to click and certain things started to become, I guess, more like second nature? How did that awareness come to you?
I think probably, well, at first it came to me in Detroit. We had the run and shoot, but we had Mouse Davis, who was the originator of that thing. He got fired after the first year. And I didn't play that year. That was 1990. And so the next year, and June Jones also played in it in college for Mouse, and he was coaching receivers. He got fired too. And so they took what was the Cart get-back coach, who had some history with Wayne Fonts, and Wayne made him the offensive coordinator, but he didn't know the offense at all. And so it was almost it would be disrespectful, I think, for me to say I was teaching him. I wasn't. But I could insert things if I wanted to, and especially if they worked.
Wow.
And so, you just eventually you get comfortable doing what you're doing and more importantly, seeing what you're seeing. I was, I don't know if I mentioned this to you before, but that was my first experience with sports psychology was in Detroit. And it wasn't going to see a sports psychologist. It was going to see a marriage therapist that,
no, you never told us this.
The marriage therapy thing didn't work, but it turns out the guy was great at getting people, or me in this case, to be able to slow things down and focus on what you're doing and breathing and all the things that you hear about today. I remember his name's Kevin Wildhouse, and he no longer is a psychologist, but he works with Johnson & Johnson in something of a similar role. And I remember one of the things, among many, but he would, this was when I was in practice having a hard time slowing it down so that I couldn't even remember what I wanted to do, like physically. And so he's like, okay, let's have you think of you and what you're looking at as sort of a camera lens that both has a wide angle and a zoom. And so at times you come up to the ball and from the huddle and you're looking at the more zoom part, which might be so the wide angle, can you get the whole, breadth of the defense? And then you want to kind of zoom in on, is the cornerback inside or is he outside? Is he bump or is he off? And whatever the configuration is of the offense, or I'm sorry, the defensive line of linebackers. And so you're kind of constantly going from wide angle to zoom and then back out again. And then as the play starts, there's certain little clues as to, this safety starts over here. Well, that might mean this cornerback, this slot defender is going to blitz, things like that. Mm-hmm. And it's not only pre-snap, but post-snap. And that little thing there, given all the other training, watching films, work at weightlifting, stretching, eating right, not that doesn't matter, but to pull it off as though Frank Gans was a great special teams coach throughout the league, but he was there all 4 years I was in Detroit. And he had a great little saying, among others. One was, men, we're going to be out there like fingers in a glove, fitting just right. And and that little part of this, of getting your brain to calm down and think your way through things so that the game slows down, that's that glove fitting over all the other fingers.
Let me ask you this. When you bring up slowing down the game, trusting what you see there, having that moment. I'm looking at you as a fan, as a college kid at the time. I was playing at Hofstra and obviously would sneak out to the sports bars with the giant freaking dishes on them so we could get the Bears games, because I was just reading.
Good job, by the way.
Yes, just
Resourceful.
reading like this, the welcome back. That used to be the ticker. It would be like Kansas City 14, Chicago 3. Fuck. That's what my dorm room was like. But then the advent of the dish, and then we were able to see. So anyway, going back, seeing you that season, what is it, 95, I think, with Conway, Graham, Ryan Wetnight, right? Was he on that team?
Right. Yes, he was.
That whole offense, that cohesiveness, you're learning that offense technically. Was that your second year there?
Second year, yeah.
So yeah, okay.
Yeah.
So
I did in my first year.
Yeah.
I wasn't. We were. I think when I got hurt, we were 2-2 or something, and it was a game against the Vikings. But all 4 of those games, whether we won or lost, I don't think I played all that well.
Really?
Not like
that was 93. Now 93,
94,
or 4, 94.
93, I was still in Detroit. 94 was that first year, where technically I didn't play very well, and it was learning an offense that I'd never been a part of, not college, not high school, not Detroit. And so it took a little time. But as it turned out, that was on paper, in terms of the passing game itself and the running game, that was probably the best offense you could ever run. In fact, they're all that today. So that was the West Coast passing game.
Right. You came in there, you learned that they ran a power game as well as a West Coast game, you said last time.
Yeah,
so
right.
when you
that
look
was it.
When you
we
look
had
at
we had Dallas's run game.
Yep.
Because that's Tony Wise was the offensive line coach in Dallas.
Awesome coach.
And then Ron
Turner
had coached for Denny Green. I think it might have been at Northwestern or somewhere. And that's where he learned the West Coast passing game. And so it was, and really, for all intents and purposes, that's what Dallas's offense was too back then.
Right. With Harper, Irvin, obviously, Novacek, they had all those guys, but you guys were putting that together. But the thing that stood out for me was your impeccable timing and your anticipation of these receivers that you had. Jeff Graham was traded for.
Yeah.
You had it. I could be wrong, but was he the guy that you felt the most connection to or belief in? Or was it Curtis Conway in that year?
Well, I think they both had their own strengths and were different in their strengths. Jeff was probably the best technical receiver I'd ever played with. Everything he did was spot on right. He was big enough. I think he was 6'1" or 6'2", maybe 200-ish, but was strong.
216, 211 maybe.
Something like that. But he never got bumped around. You know what I mean? Like he was the guy bumping. And at the top of the route, which is where you're going to make your break, he always had the advantage. So he's like you mentioned the timing. It was because of that you could anticipate, this is the way they look at the top of the route. So that he's going to win. By the time the ball gets there, he wins.
Yes.
And so and Curtis was different in the way that guy could smoke down the field. And not too many people could match that. And so the way I looked at it was we had a route where we completed this a lot. It was called a blade. And it was say the tight end receiver would be on one side and Jeff Graham was the X, he'd be on the other. Yep. So on the front side, you'd have Curtis running a 15-yard deep angle post. And the tight end would run about a 10 to 12-yard bend route outside. Not sharp angle like a corner, just a soft bend out. And then the back would check his way out and run a flat route. And so if it was quarters coverage, that's the side you were going to. And if that safety at all hesitated,
one little fraction of a second,
the ball's gone.
Yeah.
It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, ball's gone. And I could count on Curtis beating the corner every time. And it's just the only guy that took me off of it was a safety. And so, and then if the flat defender, which would have been the outside linebacker, if he got depth, and then I'd hit the back of the flat.
Right.
But, and so there was a game we played against the Vikings, and they had John Randall, and we game planned every time specifically blocking wise for him.
Right. You had to.
So there was a play on that play where the center's guy did not come, which would have been the inside linebacker. Didn't come.
Right.
So he set to help the guard with Randall. The back's outside linebacker, he didn't come. So he was told, you go through the B gap, which would have been to the left of the guard, and you chip John Randall on your way out. He went through all three and damn near beat me to the back. It was a touchdown to Curtis, like I said, only because it was right before the half, only because the safety had somewhat settled, and it was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, quick check, ball gone, and boom.
Lit
Not
up.
the guy that was one-on-one pass protection, the guy that was 1-on-3.
He was sort of good.
Yeah.
I only bring these players up because this football team has Darnell Mooney, a.k.a. Curtis Conway.
Right.
This football team also has number 12, which
Allen
would have
Robinson.
been your 81,
Yep.
Jeff Graham, Allen Robinson. They are struggling to find that tight end. Is Cole Kmet that guy? We saw him make a play this past weekend on a bend in route, which I'll show everybody this week on the Tape Never Lies. But when you look at this football team, do you see the similarities to what it was that you had for Justin Fields weapons wise?
Yeah, they've got everything. And I've said this since the beginning of the preseason. I mean, they've got all the people you mentioned.
Yep.
And depth. They got Jesse James, to me, who looks revived. They've got depth at receiver now. They've got Damian Williams behind, obviously, an injured Montgomery now. But they're good. And their offensive line, I think, is starting to play somewhat better.
Well, they got better when Wilkinson came in the game. We'll talk about that later.
I got it. They're not there yet. And no one's saying they are. But I think, like you were alluding to, they do have some good building blocks.
Exactly.
And the quarterback is one of them.
Yep.
Love it. Go ahead.
So go ahead, when you throw those, my big question is, right, we always see that moment when you see the release point and the quarterback's running, you're like, all right, this is going deep. And when you see that guy so wide open, like, what is the thought process? Because I always felt like with Mitch, when he was throwing, it was like, please don't screw this up. Please don't screw this up. Please don't screw this up. But like,
I can't speak to your thought process, but
you're
asking what the quarterback's thought process is. My thought process was this, that one of the things I learned from June Jones and Mouse Davis was don't ever watch the flat of the ball. So if your eyes are on the target, which is right, if the receiver's running down the field, this is the target. So
exactly,
you keep your eyes on there. If there's somebody running with them, great. If there's nobody running with them, doesn't matter. So don't get caught up in, oh my God, he's wide open, don't overthrow him.
Okay.
That's what'll screw you up. So focus on the target. Don't ever take your eyes. Like, I used to have a quarterback camp. One of them. Okay, so here back to Mouse and June. At the end of practices, when everyone was gone, one of the little drills that quarterbacks would do is you'd start out at maybe 25 or 30 yards apart and work your way to 50, 55 yards, where you're literally standing like this. Your hands are here, And the goal of the guy throwing the ball is that you catch the ball without moving your hands.
Exactly.
So if the ball is 1 foot farther than your hands, do not move your hands. And so you learn how to watch the target over and over and over. And that's when I had my quarterback camp, that's what we did.
Mhm.
And I think that's how you build accuracy is, again, getting your it's more than just not watching the ball. It's getting all your from the ground up posture working in the right way to go with it.
Well said right there. Well said. If you're a young quarterback, what he just told you is how to drop a dime, is anticipating where they're going to be. With Mitch Trubisky, I'll say it, that was one of his biggest struggles, because if you can't anticipate with accuracy, that's what Erik Kramer did. I'm not just saying that because he's here. You just saw it. Obviously, in his open, we put some plays in there, and we haven't seen like just drop back, hit that 7-step, boom, boom, fade as he's describing it. This is perfect. I want to ask one thing, or just make a comment, Shayne and Cars, and ask you the question within this, Erik. Did you ever have to fight for a player to be on the field because you developed a rapport with him, whether you were on the practice squad, whether you were playing, just in practice? This guy is, he's just available to me. He's making plays. Why the fuck isn't he in the game? I get it that you're paying Jimmy Graham this and Cole Kmet, you drafted high, but Jasper Horsted is a guy, obviously Cars' guy. I love the kid coming out too. He's a great athlete, but I feel like the connection as a coach, I just see it. Justin feels comfortable with him. He makes plays that the other guys don't make. Not preseason alone, you saw it, but here in this game.
Yep.
Have you ever had to do that?
Yep.
And do you think it's Justin's time to do that to Nagy?
When you ask, have I ever done it?
Yes.
I've never gone to a coach and said, this guy has to be on the field.
Okay.
When I was in Detroit, the first touchdown pass I ever threw was an audible. I got in a game only because Rodney Peete got hurt. And it was did I ever tell you this?
No.
Okay. So, I don't think they wanted me to go. Basically, I think my job was to not screw things up. And so it was hand off to Barry, and it was like 3rd and 1.
It's a good offense, though. That's a pretty good offense anyway.
Starting with Barry and ending with Barry, right?
Yeah, exactly.
So I didn't know it was 3rd down. And so Willie Green was a rookie that year. No, he was a rookie in 1990. So we came in the same year together there. And we would always work after practice, before and after practice. And we got pretty damn good at this little fade stop. And so we're playing Indianapolis, and their cornerback was bump and run and inside technique and staring at Willie. So I'm like, all right, I gave him this little fade stop signal, and it was a touchdown. And
nice.
So, but like that developed over time. Like I probably wouldn't have done that with anyone else because I didn't know anyone else that well. And so as I'm coming off the field, Jerry Wampfler, who was the offensive line coach back then, is like got his hands down on his knees, like laughing. And I'm walking by, like, what are you laughing at? He's like, you take the ball out of Barry's hands on 3rd down? And good thing you scored because you'd have been flying home yourself.
Yeah.
And I got back over the bench with Willie, and I'm like, that was 3rd down?
It was your Tom Brady moment, right?
What I'm saying is, like, you spend time working with people throughout an off season, during the season, and you just build, like, what they're getting. They know what you're looking at, and you know what they're looking at. And it's like you got the answer to the test, and here's the play that's part of that test.
Exactly.
You just need 4 people or 3 people to get all the same answers and have all the same lock-in, right? Like
That's why you share answers. I was never one of those people that like covered up my answers.
Yeah, me either. Me either. That car seems like that.
Going
guy.
off.
I totally covered. Yeah, absolutely.
Going off what Phil said about, going potentially saying that, I want this guy on the field. But as a quarterback, when you went from Detroit to Chicago, and you said that Chicago, that was the first team that courted you and said, that's our guy. We're going to go get him. When you're in that new situation, and I guess we can compare this to Justin Fields being the man at Ohio State, now coming into this new situation. How long did it take you, not on the field? Carr's talked about that with you getting comfortable on the field, but within the locker room, that I'm the leader of this team. I'm the quarterback. I'm going to be the focal point here. You're going to listen to what I say. We talked to Olin Kreutz a while ago, and he talked about, some quarterbacks coming in, and Phil, who was it? He said the quarterback walk. Oh, I think it was maybe Mitch. Was it Mitch?
No.
You said that he was talking to somebody. I don't know who it was, but he's like, you're going to shut the fuck up. This is my huddle. And the guys are like, holy shit, we got a quarterback. But how long did it take you to adjust to that role as, being the guy that the team went out and got? Now this is your locker room. Was that a real big adjustment for you?
Well, you reminded me of something in the way you described whoever said, in the way you quoted whoever said what they said in the huddle. I remember saying something like that, not exactly like that, but a word in there was used that was similar, and and in college, and we had just I think we had some sort of big play that just occurred, and we're down near it was a pass play down to the 5-yard line. And as we get down there, one of our guards is mouthing off with one of their players. And I'm like, shut your mouth and get in the goddamn huddle.
Yeah.
Right.
And I thought he was going to turn around and just go off. And he didn't. And he's talked about that. We stay in touch. He said that he brought that up the other day. That was the best thing you'd ever said.
Yeah.
Right. Exactly.
So I think and I remember a game with the Bears where, I don't know if you remember, there was a defensive tackle named Mike Wells.
Mm-hmm. Of course, from Detroit.
From Detroit.
Signed with the Bears, yeah.
And he came in. It was a game we must not have been playing well offensively, and this was not the '95 season. This was
we've never had any of those games in Chicago.
I'm just saying, Mike was probably, I don't know how tall he was, maybe 6'3", 4, 5, I don't know, and probably 300 pounds. And he came in at halftime singling out the offense. And back then, as now, I was still 6 feet tall, 6'1", maybe 205 pounds. And I got right in his face and just MFing this and don't get the, over your side of the locker room. Again, I thought he was going to go off, and he didn't.
Yeah.
And I think it's those kind of things every now and then. It's not something that those are 2 instances in a long time. But
you never had to do that. Never had to corral the unit and say, "I'm the leader here. Shut the fuck up. We're gonna do this," and just get everybody. Whoa.
Right.
Get
but
them.
To answer your question, Shayne, when did I feel that way? I did not in 1994 with the Bears. I didn't even know my way from the locker room to the field at the time. But in 95, then I started to, somewhere along that way, and I didn't have to ever get anybody's face. But you're asking me, when did I feel confident? It was the beginning of that time, at least during my time in Chicago.
Do you felt like you sitting out gave you that opportunity for success the next year?
Yeah, I mean, it was warranted. So I got hurt. That was what got me out.
Yeah,
but then Steve Walsh was playing well enough, and we were winning, that there was no reason to put me back in. And so I think that allowed me some perspective.
Did it bother you?
It for sure bothered me. And so, but I didn't take it personal in that way. I think it affected my confidence. But the next, I forget when it was in the off season, but I think I might have mentioned this. But Wannstedt said, "Hey, we're going to open it up. Whoever wins, wins. We're going to chart everything. It's going to be 50-50 right down the middle." And I think going through all that, not that I was ever arrogant, but I think it basically said to me, Erik, you've got to do every day what you're supposed to do. And it wasn't like I ever screwed off or didn't take it serious, but I just think given more time, I learned more.
Are you friends with Steve Walsh anymore? Do you guys? Or
I
was there...
can't say we were ever friends.
Okay.
Because I hope I don't say too much here, but my impression that Steve made it hard for it as another quarterback. Steve made it hard for another quarterback to want to be friends with him.
Yeah.
But not that he's not a good guy. It's just that, when you're in that world,
you're in the heat of a battle, he excluded you and he wanted to win.
Yeah. He was, well, think of it this way. This is how I thought about it. I was brought here and now you're playing.
Right.
But if I'm honest with myself, I wasn't that good, and so it put me in a position where I had to go back to just doing what I would do, which is everything. And I worked with that sports psychologist with Kevin Woodenhouse throughout my time in Chicago. So it was all of that. And you continue on doing whatever you do that has helped you.
When you look at this rivalry, Bears-Packers, I know I kind of alluded to it. Let me condense it. Did you feel like there was something more that you needed? Obviously, you gave the advice. That's great. But did you feel like for the city, it meant a lot more and that kind of got the rah-rah out of you? Or did you feel like professionally, a lot of these guys know what to say, almost like the WWE or F, whatever's popular now, and they're going to go, yeah, man, we're going to do it. And you're like, yeah, you were just fucking out last night at the strip club till 3.
Right. Well, I think that goes back to whether it's the Packers or whether it's anybody, but yes, this is everybody who loves football in the NFL knows about the Bears and the Packers. They haven't snuck up on anybody. And so it's a, if you're going to be on and you're going to be dedicated, if there's ever a week, Monday through Sunday, that you're going to be on every single day, all day, that's the week to do it. But then does that mean the next week isn't, or the week before shouldn't have been? So you just get used to setting this standard up here that you meet Monday through Sunday every single week, every week of your life.
Wow. Look at you breaking it down.
That's great stuff.
Let me ask you this. Did you ever, as the quarterback of the fucking Chicago Bears, run into the ownership of the Bears, whether it be Ted Phillips, who's this president and CEO? I don't know how, but that's his title, or Virginia, George, whoever, Michael, probably more so because he got Wani there. I remember that now. Michael got Wani. They dueled with the Giants and won that big signing of Dave Wannstedt, who brought you here. Did you ever run into ownership or any of these people as the quarterback and they set any expectations for you, or is it just straight up?
If you think of all McCaskies as ownership,
yeah,
they were all over the building. So back when back when I played, George was the ticket manager,
ticket guy,
right?
And so his little
He's
nickname,
like, Kramer, you got 5 tickets. That's it.
No, his nickname for me was Cosmo.
Yeah.
And to this day, that's what he calls me. But
you're like George,
McCaskies were everywhere. But I never, and Brian was all over the place, and all easy to get along with people.
Okay.
And so, like I said, for me, I never had a problem with Dave Wanstedt. I never had a problem with the McCaskies. I know some people do, and I can see why. But in my dealings with them, I never had any issues. I never did see Virginia ever around.
Really?
I think I've met her on 2 or 3 occasions. There was once where it was after that 95 season, of course. I was a recipient of the Brian Piccolo Award.
Oh, nice.
And I believe she was there. And that was kind of cool because I grew up crying at that movie in my own living room.
Yeah, we all did.
Yeah.
It was a made-for-TV movie. Me
Right.
and your former teammate were talking about that movie just Monday. Chris Zorich and I were talking about.
Right.
I wanted to know if he shed a tear, and he admitted not only did he shed a tear, he shed several tears.
Oh yeah.
I defy someone to watch that movie and not.
Yeah,
That would be a first if they told me they didn't.
You're getting a lot of love
not
from our
human
boy
if they
in
don't.
Mexico. Shout out to Mexico loves the K-Man. They're not going to call you Cosmo like George, for God's sake.
Thank God. But a shot in Mexico would even be better.
Shayne, you had a question for him?
Something happened to Eric's name there on the banner. On the
Now, do I have to get my hair to kind of stand up and like enter a room all herky jerky?
Just yell out "Serenity" now every now and then, and everything will be okay.
Festivus. The Kenny Rogers.
Good job
one.
there, Shayne.
Yeah. Eric, when you went back, like what is it like going back now? And I mean, just looking at the way that everything is changed and just sitting in that atmosphere. I mean, Justin Fields just alone has breathed life back into this fan base. When you were there, could you feel that just from the quarterback?
Dude, he damn near got a standing ovation on his first handoff.
Yeah.
Against the
he
Dolphins.
did.
And so yes, you can. And I'm gonna actually be coming back. There's a Halloween weekend, the 49ers play, and that's a Bears alumni weekend. And so yeah, I'm gonna come back for that. And I just love.
I think that's the big Erik Kramer Cars date, isn't it?
Yes.
To link up.
We got to get
Here we go.
together.
That's right, Cars. So
The only one from Chicago, might as well.
Yeah.
And correct me if I'm wrong. You live there still, right?
Oh yeah.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
So I want to be staying downtown, and if you want, we'll exchange off
Absolutely.
cell phone numbers, and
I could text them your number.
Yeah, I'll be down there Friday. I don't leave till Monday morning. So
There you
Awesome.
go. Make
anyway,
it happen.
so, yeah. But yes, Shayne, I love being around just that city, the team. Unfortunately, due to all this COVID over this last however long it's been, I've reached out to try to get sort of in the building because it's changed so much. Even as because my last couple of years we were at the same facility they're at now, only there was one building, and now there's two. And they've shifted a whole bunch of things around, and I've never walked through it yet. And so, but the last time I called, expecting the answer that I got, which was with all the COVID protocols, they
couldn't do it.
Can't do that right now. So, but nonetheless, I love coming back to Chicago and hanging out and going to eat. Of course, there's really no shortage of restaurants. So
you can have steak, or pizza. So basically, you are pretty well covered with all the major food groups. At any
That's
point.
my favorite.
Right.
Those
No,
are
I
my
think
favorite.
as you just said, I think there's only two. And, on the last show, I don't know if I let you know this, but there's now a Gino's East, not far from where I grew up.
Oh, nice.
Oh,
Is that the best deep dish out there?
In my
Because
opinion, yeah.
Gino's East.
Yeah.
Cars. Cherie is shaking yes, our producer. So that's where I'm going to take my wife and my family this weekend at some point. Gino's East on your recommendation because they want real Chicago deep dish pizza.
Love it.
So there you go. He's Erik Kramer, former Chicago Bears quarterback. He'll be back in Chicago for Halloween weekend. That's the 30th. That's a night game, correct, Cars?
The
That's a
31st, if I'm not mistaken, is a Sunday.
Yeah.
It's a noon game against the 49ers.
Oh, it's a noon game.
Yes.
I thought it was a night game. Okay.
I think our night games are earlier.
So
I can't
then I
remember.
was
Correct me if
wrong.
I'm wrong, Cars, but I just looked it up. I think it was today.
So
Cars'
there's
brain is
you're-
on.
You're 100% right.
Yep.
If you just looked it up today, so that'll be October
one
30th.
Well, yeah,
It's-
it's 1 o'clock East.
Are they wearing
Noon
the
Central,
orange
yeah.
jerseys for God's sake to celebrate Halloween? Yes, they are.
Are they
Shayne.
really? Oh,
Yes. Oh, Maron.
Yeah,
Not a
they-
fan of the orange jersey over here.
Right? I mean,
I
it's
do
like you-
like it more than the throwback that you wore.
Yeah, the,
Yes, I
the
agree.
75-year
Those gold-
anniversary
and-
jersey. When they gave you
those
guys those, were you like, what is
pants,
going
right?
on?
The solid gold
Yeah.
pants.
Oh my God. I
Yeah.
have a football card of you
Yeah.
wearing that jersey. I should have brought it out here tonight.
When they handed you
I
guys
think
those
I've
uniforms,
seen that
that
one,
year,
and as you might expect, not my favorite.
Yeah.
I'm not sure why. Not sure why.
was that a topic of conversation in the locker room when you saw those uniforms?
I can't remember that far
Oh
back,
my
but I'm
God,
sure it
you
was.
have to.
I,
I'm sure-
can't
Terrible.
imagine anybody.
Was it Marv
Oh,
Cook on that team?
He was. He was. I can't imagine. And Marv went to Iowa, and
Exactly.
and Marv had the greatest idea that for Christmas he got people Iowa sweatshirts.
Yeah.
Love it.
There you go.
Amazing how that works out. Huh?
Yeah.
Bought everyone an Iowa sweatshirt. That is hysterical. Listen, I love you. I so appreciate you coming on the show. We want you more often. I talk to you privately because I want to get into a lot more with you. I hate putting you on the spot, but that's what I do anyway because I'm Italian.
I actually don't mind being put on the spot, so fire away.
There you go. So can we have you back more often analyzing this team? We still need to tell a little bit more of your story too, but I want that to be around the holidays because my favorite Thanksgiving was you. It was you beating I think it was you beating the Lions on Thanksgiving. Did that happen? Or I might be missing that.
I don't. As a Bear, I'm not sure we played on the Thanksgiving.
I don't think you did actually. I think you might have. We might
as a
have beat
Lion,
you
we
on
did
Thanksgiving.
Beat the Bears on Thanksgiving.
Oh, did you?
In fact,
Oh.
there was a little. Check this out. So there was a little play where I dumped it to the greatest back of all time, and he scurries off 40 or 50 yards with it.
Oh
And
no, you're losing respect.
Hold on. At the end of that play, William Perry is sitting on me.
Oh,
yeah.
He doesn't really feel like going to do much, except
Does he say anything to you?
no, I don't. Not
No?
a word was exchanged. It was just like, okay, you ready to get up now? And eventually, not right away, but eventually he got up. Yeah.
You were so polite. Are you
Excuse
done?
me, sir. Excuse me, sir. I'm underneath you. I don't know if you can tell right now.
Being underneath him, I was not exactly in the position to get,
Yeah, exactly. I remember former Bear Steve Stenstrom was playing. The Bears were playing the Vikings. They're going in to score, believe it or not, and he fumbled the football, and John Randall laid on top of him, and they took it back, I think, 96 yards, scored a touchdown, and Randall never got off of him. And they said to Steve Stenstrom, "What did he say to you when he was laying there?" And he said, "He only said one thing. You got a Snickers bar because you're going to fucking be here a while." That's all he said.
I remember meeting Randall this was probably maybe 3 years ago, and it was in Chicago, and it was at one of these NFL lunch and learn things, and Frankie Winters was there and Randall, and afterwards I go up to Randall and I go, I just want you to know, I think you owe me at least a dinner because I am all over your Hall of Fame video.
That's great.
That's a good one.
Real quick before we let you go, one last question. Okay, keep it 100 here. When you're on the Bears side, there's Brett Favre across the way. Are you ever like, fuck that motherfucker? Like, I am gonna fucking beat this motherfucker. Because
I don't think that phrase exists in Eric's mind right now.
I definitely think it might, but I want to hear his truth. Like, he's honestly an arrogant son of a bitch. And listen, he's tough as fuck. He's done his thing, his whatever. Showed us, he's taking pictures and everything. But the reality is,
I know where you're going with that.
do you ever do that? Did you ever do that?
No. I didn't. I never played against Brett Favre, and so I had to worry about Bryce Pomp and
look at you.
Reggie White and
Reggie White.
So,
Bryce
Leroy
Pomp,
Butler and all those guys. Like, they have some damn good players other than Brett Favre,
Oh yeah. Well, we know. Trust me. I was at that game though. We talked about it, and I looked back, and he was listed as out.
Right.
So it was the first time it was ever broken. And Goodell, we were having a field day because I'm a young college guy, and I'm like, what the fuck? He can't play. He's not allowed to play.
Right.
They wouldn't allow Kramer to come in. Cosmo, George, he wouldn't be able to play if he was listed as out. I remember he had that fucking green giant jacket, and I'm like, oh, he's out, but he's out there. Then all of a sudden, he go in the locker room, special teams come out, they're kicking, and there that motherfucker comes. He throws off the jacket, the place erupts. It was like out of a movie. But you, and you new to this network, go back 95, that game, we got fucked. Jeremy Lincoln had an interception in the end zone that would have taken the game away from them. They called pass interference so late.
Yeah,
it was
terrible.
And Kramer was like Favre threw what, 5 or 6 touchdowns, 3 of which were screens for like 80 yards.
Right.
To Edgar Bennett. Meanwhile,
Can we
Kramer's
please stop
doing it the
reliving
hard
this?
way.
I'm going to get heartburn again.
Favre threw 6 and Kramer threw 5 or 4 that day. It was a shootout. I'd never, ever seen anything like that. It was an amazing game. You answered everything, though, tonight. We're going to have him back. Erik Kramer, you're a phenomenal human being. You're so amazing when you come on here, your vulnerability as well as your truth. We got to get you back in here with us on
I'm
the
available.
show.
My dance card's open. So
Well,
anytime.
Thank you.
We're definitely scheduling this. I will shoot you Cars's phone number tonight, and then you can link that up. The swag is coming out to you. That's on me, that part. And we love you
That'll
here.
Give me an excuse of wearing something. Keep
It would be dope if you
keep it
bring
100 in Chicago.
There you
that
go.
would be dope. Like you go out into the field like Favre with the Bears shirt, and then you go keeping it 100.
Exactly, right. And I'll even broaden the keeping it 100 out here into California.
There you go.
It's
Erik
definitely needed. It's definitely needed in California.
Of course it is.
Exactly.
The world needs to know about this group, right?
They
That's
do.
right. Yeah.
This is a family from.
We're destined for the movies. What can I tell you? I don't know what type of horrible sci-fi we'd be in, but we're definitely going for the movies.
We'll get you a T-shirt that says "I took Kaplan's money on the golf course." You wear that in Chicago.
I like it.
Erik Kramer, thank you so much.
Thank you.
From the fans in the chat to all of us here, we truly appreciate you. Love you so much for everything you do and meant. You're a part of our childhood. Someone was saying this, just the mere mention of Ryan Wetnight tonight made them so happy, reminiscing.
That's a good dude, man. And I
Oh, he
appreciate,
was.
love having you guys have me on. Love you guys, period. And anytime, always works.
All right. I'll
Thanks,
reach out
sir.
to you
Thank you, sir.
tomorrow. Schedule that up. I'm looking at after the Halloween Hall of Fame. Why don't we bring you on that weekend? I mean,
love
that
it.
Wednesday night. So there you go.
Okay.
We're booking. Put that in pen, Jackal. He's doing it right now. After he puts down the blunt he's smoking, I think.
There it is. There it is.
No, he's not doing it. You want to say hi to Erik Kramer?
How you doing, Mr. Kramer?
I'm very good.
That's all
Good
you
to
want.
see you.
Actually,
Oh,
Claudio.
he's gone?
Yes, that's
We
it.
kick him off. Yeah,
He doesn't do his shit for the show. He's Claudio, though, real quick. This is unscripted. Claudio was a young boy. I made him memorize everybody's college and where they went to on the roster of the Bears, but I cheated and said your college. He probably won't get it right, even though I said it earlier, but you're going to come on, Claudio. Say hello to Erik Kramer.
He's Googling it right
He
now.
was just Googling. He was totally just
No,
Googling.
I was just texting.
Yeah.
Jackal.
Jackal, what's the answer? Yeah.
So wait, what, you want me to say what college he went to? Is that what you want me to say?
First of all,
you know how
say
long
hello.
ago that was?
Claudio's question is going to be, were you and
North
Steve
Carolina
Walsh best
State.
friends?
There
You're
you
going to
go.
say something like that.
North Carolina, right?
North Carolina State. You were right. Can you remember?
No.
Can you remember
No.
Ryan Wetnight? What college he went to, Claudio?
No, I cannot remember that. Sorry.
That would be Stanford.
Okay.
That would be Stanford. I remembered it off the top
But I
of
do
my
gotta
head.
say,
What? Okay.
Phil's
here.
not lying. I grew up next to Phil, so I grew up with him almost like an older brother.
He's like
He's
my
7
little
years
brother,
old.
this
Yeah,
guy.
7 years older than me. I was 3. He was 10.
Claudio's part to blame for Phil. Is what I'm hearing. That's
Anyway, so he got me in the early 90s to start liking the Bears. I started like, and you were obviously on the team, and I had to learn the whole roster. It was amazing though. You were definitely the high. You and Curtis Conway were my favorite.
Right.
There you go.
I love the B on the hat right there. That's kind of
Thank
nice.
you. And
What? Hey, what other college though did Ryan Wetnight go to?
Oh,
Phil or Shayne?
that I don't know.
Fresno
What did
Junior College.
Oh,
Really?
Yeah.
Is that where
He's-
you went to?
I went to Pierce Junior College.
Pierce.
Okay.
That was it.
So
Holy shit.
Ryan and I together, this is the one Hall of Fame I'm in, is the junior college. And Ryan and I together went in the same year.
Wow.
Jesus
It's
Christ.
a small football world, isn't it? Wow.
Ryan Wetnight, Curtis Graham, Keith Jennings.
There you go.
Oh,
Good
Big
head.
Keith out of Clemson, Claudio.
Yep.
Out of Clemson.
I don't want to do this because Keith's a good friend of mine, but I almost have to. So
Go
you
ahead.
know those big therapy balls are like enormous, right?
Oh, yeah. Heavy ones or the
No.
yoga one?
Well, I've never seen them use in yoga, but the thing's too big to use. Like you lay on.
Okay, I know what
Yeah,
you're
lay on
talking
your
about.
back on it.
Yes.
Anyway, so somebody took one of these balls in the training room, and Keith had a constant his eyes would water constantly. So he's always like doing this with his eyes. So on one of these balls, they did an outline of Keith's face.
Yeah.
Including a little teardrop. And it was in there for years.
Oh my God, Keith.
That is a funny man. If there's one guy you should have on the show,
Can you get him on the show? Bring
Yeah.
him on with you.
Yeah.
I would
Oh,
love
heck
to
yeah.
talk
He
to
can
him.
come on, no problem. Yep.
I just
Love to
threw
talk
his
to him.
name out there. I just remember the big number 85,
85.
rumbling.
Yeah.
Rumbling.
I'll tell you what, man. That dude. So I went to NC State, and he went to Clemson. And back
Yeah.
then, he was a receiver.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right.
And
He
then,
was.
And then he gained 100 pounds. And that dude, I'm telling you, man, he could block.
Yeah.
Yes.
Like legit. Like one-on-one defensive end, pin him on the ground. And
we know. Trust me. We missed that kind of player. Now Jimmy Graham sets one block up. We're giving him fucking rose petals.
Yeah.
Let me see it consistently, Jimmy. Anyway.
No, you asked too much.
Erik Kramer, you are phenomenal. We weren't even expecting these nuggets at the end of the show. Thank God for Claudio. Jackal would have fucked this all up, Erik.
There's a golf clap for Kaplan, a golf clap.
golf clap. Yeah. Anyway, we'll get all that stuff out to you.
Claudia, we'll have you at the rematch with me and Kaplan. We'll have you out there.
Yes.
Oh, you don't want me out there, no.
He'll be
No,
the
we
caddy.
do want you out there with the B hat and
Okay, all right.
talking smack and clap.
I'll talk
Captain
smack.
Jackson.
Golf, it will
There
be
you
a
go.
long day if I'm playing golf, trust me.
No, you don't have to
He's
play
the
it if you don't
caddy.
want to. I just would love to have you talk smack to Kaplan.
Oh, yeah. I'll
Right in
Throw
the
him
middle
off
of
his
the
game.
would be
There you
best.
go.
I'm down.
There you
Love
go.
That sounds like a fun. That sounds
Cars
like a
will
great
go
side
with
Hey,
job.
you.
Cars, in fact, we could even broadcast that thing.
There you
That's
go.
what I'm talking about.
Do you smoke weed?
Not often. But when I do,
It's with Kaplan. There we go.
Not often. But when I do, might be the line of the show. Man. Oh my God. We could go on for days with this guy because the three of us, now the four of us with Claudio,
right.
all grew up loving this man. Now, how could we have thought we'd love him anymore? You've won me a lot of Madden money back in the day. And now you're coming on our network, just bringing it and killing it. He's Erik Kramer. Thank you again, Erik.
Thank you very much.
October 31st is
31st
Monday, so
is the
November 2nd. Erik Kramer will be back on the air with us.
Got it.
November 2nd. I did the math.
You're thinking the show. I'm thinking the game. But you're right.
No, I'm thinking the show.
When you're a movie star like him, that's what. Sorry,
Right,
him.
it's
That's
all
what.
Ours
you
is covering the fucking
Don't you have
answers. I had
handlers
to do it
still
in
for
my.
that kind of thing? You know, doctors shouldn't be messing with that. That should be the staff.
Jackal wouldn't do the math. I'm like, where's the date?
Yeah.
Cherie would have had it. Anyway,
All right,
Jackal's
fellas.
still doing
Thank
Great
you.
hanging out with you for a little bit.
You're
Thank
awesome,
you.
man.
Thanks, man.
You bring joy to the world, and we'll be having you back. God bless you, man.
All right, you guys too.
Thanks.
Erik Kramer. Jesus.
Unbelievable.
Every time you think the show is okay, that was good, that was great, that was amazing, that was even more amazing. That was, oh my God, that was so much fun. Erik Kramer. Keith Jennings talk.
If you told me that at 17 I was going to meet Erik Kramer at some point in my
man.
life, or
gonna
be able to talk to him, I would.
I can
totally
remember
never
being
believe it.
so excited when they went out and signed him. in
I
free
remember
agency.
hearing it on the Fan 660.
Yeah.
WFAN. There it is.
Oh.
The dreaded. I don't know how anybody. Logan Frost
those
likes
are
this
bad.
uniform.
Oh, that's
Oh
That-
my
Like a fucking
God.
jester.
Well, I
Holy
mean
cow.
that kind of completes the picture I needed for Logan, if you really think about it. So
I literally, while he was talking, I was
I saw it
searching
pop up. I'm like,
all over Google, and I literally, when he was signing off, it had just uploaded. So I was
found
gonna
it.
throw it up there, but man, that is because
Ah.
even on Madden, you could choose that
yes,
uniform combo, and I'm
Lewis Tillman with this
all the
skinny
Madden
stiff arm.
games. Yeah, Lewis
and it's
Tillman's like the
3.7
only.
yards per carry. Yeah.
I
Lewis
had high
Tillman's like
hopes
the
for
only
Lewis.
jersey that you can find of that, like for sale. It's like
Really?
a Lewis Tillman jersey. Yeah.
I
Yep.
wonder if Erik has that uniform at his house, that jersey.
I'm
would be
pretty
dope.
sure he uses it for a post-workout towel, just to.
Listen, we've been getting deep. Shayne, do you have that read before we go?
I do
into-
not. I don't know what happened. Do you have
Oh
it
my
handy?
God, Jesus!
You're gonna have to.
Christ.
I was looking for it, Phil, earlier.
Well,
and
you're
I-
gonna have to find it in your email because I can't.
No, that's where I was. That's where I was. I
You
don't
can't
know.
find it.
No, I don't know.
First, I was afraid. I was petrified. Think how can I? Where is it? Manscaped. I have the
Okay.
full copy. Jesus. Autumn is in the air. The
Oh, I have it.
pumpkins are in the patch.
I got it. You
Got
want
it?
me? Want me to take
Go
over?
ahead. Yes, please.
Did you guys know that autumn is in the air? The pumpkins are in the patch, Claudio. I like that B on your hat, by the way. What's that stand for?
Stands for
Boogie Down Production.
There you go. And your friends at Manscaped are here to make sure you don't carve your pants pumpkins when you're grooming, if you know what I'm saying. Make sure you're keeping things fresh this fall with the leaders in male grooming and their brand new 4th generation performance package. Boys, get ready for a cuffing season like no other. Ready to take the leap into fall with Manscaped? Join the 2 million men worldwide using Manscaped by going to manscaped.com for 20% off, free shipping with the code KI100. Seal the deal with Manscaped's liquid formulations, the Crop Preserver Ball Deodorant. Everyone knows pumpkin spice lattes and ball deodorant go hand in hand. Then after trimming the pumpkin patch and whacking the leaves, give your balls a boost with the Crop Reviver. Manscaped even threw in 2 free gifts, Phil. The Performance Package 4.0, the Manscaped Boxers, and the Shed Travel Bag. Get comfy on the home and go this season. Get 20% off and free shipping with the code KI100 at manscaped.com. That's 20% off and free shipping with the code KI100 at manscaped.com. Make your balls a priority this fall. Choose Manscaped. Your balls will thank you.
That's what the B stands for. Balls.
There you go.
Balls. Balls.
Anyway, your muffs, cock, balls.
Some
what are the whys, right? What are the whys?
Some people mute B words. Right, Cars?
It's the best Twitter advice I've ever given anybody is mute B names. It works.
Oh boy. Oh Nelly. Oh, Alabama. Here we go. Take this down. We are going to go into our bear up, bear down. Every week we do this. Let's get into this. But before we do, I'm not going to leave this guy in the stands, Shayne. Even though Cars hates B words. This guy's coming on the show. He's going to be talking about the tailgate, where you got to go. But before we do, there he is. One Gregory Braggs. There from Braggs in the Stands. Mr. Poole in some parts of the region.
He went on a meltdown last night, and I got him to I spanked his ass so bad last night on Twitter. He responded, and then he shut the fuck up for the rest of the night.
See, miracles can happen.
Coach Nagy's giving up play calls.
You got a
Greg
cold?
is calming down.
I guess Addie might have given me something. I don't know.
It's COVID.
It's COVID.
You're gonna need
Pool's
to get a test
draining
before
as
you
we
come to
speak. Big
Oh,
old
it is?
fucking hose going down the driveway.
That's what she said. Cars, I sent you that. You're
Thank
all
you.
set. Eric just texted me. Make sure you give Cars my number.
See, I had to step up for Cars and set
Definitely
that back up.
reminder.
I know it was in his head, and he's like, I can't bring this up.
Cars, would you fucking let that slide? You would.
Oh, yeah, 100%.
He would have never brought it up.
Thank
ever.
God for Shayne.
Yeah,
I'm so
I knew we
glad
had
you
to make
did
it
that,
happen.
Shayne. Now it's gonna happen. I'm happy about that. Real quick. Real quick. Real quick. Here we go. Bears up, Bears down. Each and every week we do this. We talk about the game. Greg's going to join in. You as well in the chat could jump in. Bear up, Bear down this week. Bears beat the Raiders. Surprised us all. I believe, Cars, you picked the Bears to win. Am I correct in that, Jackal? Yes.
So did I.
Jackal says you did. And so did Claudio.
And my bold prediction came, so I was a double win.
Wait, what was your bold prediction?
Both running backs over 60 yards in the game.
Oh, that's true.
There you go. I missed it the first night, and I missed it again. I love
2 for 2.
But this guy's hitting shit out of the park, Bet US. Hopefully, Cars put that Bet US in that Shy City 125. Got that 125% bonus, or Shy City 200. You get the 200%. So that means, Greg, let me do the math real quick here. If you put $100 in and you get 200% more, that would mean 100 would be 300.
$1 billion, I think that comes out to be.
Go over to betus.com. That's betus.com. You bet, you play, you win. It's BetUS. There you go.
Philatosian, Shayne Marsaw, the Tape Never Lies Network.
A bear up, a bear down. It's Draft Dr. Phil and the smartest man around. A bear up, a bear down. It's Draft Dr. Phil and the smartest man around. A bear up, a bear down. It's Draft Dr. Phil and the smartest man around. A bear up.
Bear up, bear down, guys. We are going to do the shortened version because we got to get through some of these things. We had two amazing guests. If you're just tuning in, David Kaplan. Greg was right. He is a great human being and I course corrected. And now
Learning.
I'm totally learning on the job. Something we hope Matt Nagy does.
Do you like when he said we'll figure it out?
Of course, we'll figure it out. I thought of you immediately. This is what they
It's
do
a
in the
Midwest thing. For sure.
For sure,
We'll figure it out.
We should put that on the fucking chain. What are those things? Keychains they sell in the tourist shops. For sure.
No,
on one side.
There's one other Midwest thing that Phil and I always talk about. Cars is very famous for this.
Yes.
I don't even know if Cars knows that he does it. Phil, you brought it up, actually. You know where I'm going with it?
Yes.
Cars will say, like, well, Jesper Horsted lined up outside, right?
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
He always
says right.
Always the right.
throw the right in there. Phil,
Like he knows the answer.
I was
but
talking
he throws
to Phil
the
one
right.
day, and he's like, have you ever noticed, like, Cars throws right at the end of
My
all this?
it's my
replacement,
replacement,
I think it's
basically.
definitely a Midwest
Yeah.
thing.
Right?
Yeah. Went and got ice cream the other
Cars
day,
is
right?
going to be paranoid about that.
Well, that's what the show is about.
You guys are going to the game, right? No, you guys are going to tailgate, right? So just watch. But anyway, bear up, bear down. Midwest, for sure. We'll figure this out tonight live. We're going to go around the horn here. Last time I finished. So to this time, I'm going to go first. We're going to go to Greg, then up to Shayne, then down to Claudio. He loves to go down. And then we go up to Cars, and then we snake it back. Bear up is the best player that you felt really stood out or someone you want to praise. The bear down is the opposite of the song. We call it the dyslexic version, and it's the player that sucked or needs to improve, etc., etc. My bear down this week, I'm going to kick us off here with my bear down. I'm looking at this football tape today, and I can't help but notice the inability sometime to get the right personnel. And I think Shayne knows where I'm going to go with the Chicago Bears to see the truth. Performance, politics, performance. That's why I asked Erik Kramer that. Did you ever go to them and say, fucking put this guy in? I need that. And the coach can't figure it out. Well, you hate to see anybody get injured, but in this case, Germain Ifedi, you just can't figure out playing tackle. It's just sets, kick slide, open, turn your shoulders. You allow two-way goes. And I'm telling you right now, without revealing anything, the replacement, you could just see the difference in the performance, but the energy of the offensive line. Germain Ifedi keeps getting pushed around. He was late. He doesn't know his assignments. And really, ultimately, Germain Ifedi, I hate to see you injured, but you were my bear down this week. Greg Braggs.
Oh, I missed that drop. I almost forgot about it. Oh, God.
Go fuck yourself. Okay.
Oh, my
so my
God.
bear down for the week is a play that really pissed me off in particular. I can't say for certain that he had a terrible game as a whole, but this particular moment had me so fired up during the game. Mario Edwards,
You took
personal
mine.
foul. They get off the field. And then fucking, of course, one thing, Shayne always points out how they can't get off the field on third down for a litany of reasons. And then after the play is over, a personal foul. You can't get any stupider in that moment, giving them opportunities to get back into the game. You felt like in the second half, the Bears were at some point going to let them back in because they weren't, extending the lead offensively, and it was only going to be a matter of time. Well, they were playing such a flawless game defensively, and then Mario Edwards goes and does a thing like that. Probably my bear down candidate for the week.
So Make sure you say it. We're gonna let you slide because Jackal fucks it up. No, Cars has always gotten it right. At first, he didn't want to surrender to it, but now he's Serenity. Now
I'm just giving in.
You have to say, Mario Edwards, you are my bear down this week. Go ahead.
Is it Mario or Mario? Mario Edwards, you are my bear down for the week.
There you go. Don't add any more to it.
I'm sorry. You know me.
Shayne Marsaw seems to be delving into the crates of
I took his one and now he's thrown.
He did. So
his humor. I thought you were like setting something up here.
No, I had to dig deep into the archives because that was was the Angelo drop that I just
one of the most funny nights of my life here on this show was that when you dropped that one on Angelo.
Oh man. Yeah, it really was. Now I'm gonna go to old reliable, and I know Olin's probably not gonna like me, but it's just I've had my fill with Mustafa.
No pun intended.
Yeah, exactly. It's just I don't want to hear that the guy put on good weight and put on good strength when it's
and he's a leader.
Yeah, he's a leader of men and all that. It's the Oregon Center all over again. Grasu, where he's getting overpowered. I mean, Phil, at one point he was almost bent completely backwards, and I'm like, this is the fucking NFL. The most important piece on your team, this guy is directly in front of.
Exactly.
Trying to keep him safe. And I'm totally off. I was never on the bandwagon too much. I liked his fire when he first came in, but he's not a starting caliber center in the NFL. He's really not. And when we're talking about politics, and I know that he's a UDFA guy, but enough is enough for me with Sam Mustafa. If you want to start to gel, you got to put somebody else in there at this point. Start snapping the football and going forward because it makes no sense. And if he gets number one hurt, it's going to be terrible.
He's sliding to the wrong protections. He's getting overwhelmed.
Yeah.
It'd be better if he just laid down after every snap, right?
Yeah.
Like it would be legitimately better. Like spiking the ball every time is basically what it would be.
Yeah, it's hard to watch. Obviously, people think I'm picking on them or him or Leno it's the tape that does that. I can't make this. So Friday I'll release for the world the tape never lie. If you're a patron, you'll get that tomorrow. My boy, the assistant producer over there, Berlissimo, sent me. I've got it all set. I just got to narrate it in the morning, and then I'll be up on the patron side on a private channel, and Shayne puts it up on the app, so you'll be able to see that first. Then 24 hours later, we'll release it on our YouTube channel. But Shayne, you're 100% right on the tape. Mr. Mustafa, wrong protections, getting overwhelmed at the point of attack. When you're trying to run the football, it really showcases his inability to be dominant. And you're going up against a big defensive lineman, nose guard, as well as defensive tackles. There's a lot of showcases of Mustafa again.
Yeah.
The best offensive lineman on the team is James Daniels.
It's not even
close.
It's not even close.
It's not even close. He should be your center. And you want to talk about being a dominant run team, getting Matt Nagy pissed off with Bill Lazor again, then bring in a guard. I don't care. Bars, Affetti, whoever you're going to put in at right guard. Obviously, you know my choice. So that would be a huge improvement. But go ahead, Shay. You could say it.
So, Sam Mustafa, you are my bear down.
Good work. Good work. Smash the like button, right, Claudio?
Of course.
Everybody
Always.
has a job to do. Don't share shit, patrons. Bullets. Shayne, you got to give Bullets extra props for that.
Yeah.
First is walk up onto Reliant Stadium, and now probably the one of
Nothing
the reminder
will make
of the
us
chat.
more mental than are the TTNL
Yeah,
Patreon.
don't share the patron thing that you're getting first. It'll come out for everybody.
Unless you want to be called out publicly.
Don't. Don't.
Unless you want Shayne to call you out publicly.
Don't share it with
Live.
Bragg. Yeah.
Steven Johnson. No, you're in luck. It's coming up next.
That's right.
Hopefully.
Oh my God, Claude. I wasn't on the show last week.
It's your fault, bro. The only time you were never on the show.
Have you ever seen a train wreck in slow motion?
Phil and I were
I know it
talking
was bad.
literally the week of the show that I missed, and I'm like, ever since
Jackal's coming
Claudio
out.
got rid of the video, he's been fucking knocking these out of the park.
I know.
Phil's like, well, did you see last night? And I'm like, no, I missed it. I went back and watched it, and I'm like, at first I thought it was a fucking bit because it was so goddamn bad. And I'm like, there's no
Well, it was also out of the blue. It wasn't the right time of the show. It was like, oh yeah, we're gonna do cut it out.
The sun was in his eyes.
Shane's
You
not
know,
there.
it was just everything lined
The
up.
sun was in his eye.
Shane's not there. It's like, all right, I'll do better.
Jackal.
No videos this week.
Is he gonna redeem himself?
No,
Jackal got
suck again.
Really?
Really?
All right.
First class
Claudio.
verticola.
You're batting 1,000 with it being awful. So I mean, it's like
No, actually, that was one of the only times.
That was his only worst.
this year. So I will try my best.
His first.
That's all I can do.
His first.
So let me do my bear down first, so we can get.
Yes, let's go there. Your
I'll
first
make it quick.
intro though
This
was
hard.
hysterical.
Yeah. All right. This was hard because obviously it was a great game on both sides of the ball, and it's hard to find somebody. So I'll do Danny T. Danny T just didn't, play as good as everybody else.
Why did
one of
he
his
come
10
in the
snaps
game?
did you hate the worst?
What'd you say?
Which one of his 10 snaps drove you the craziest?
I don't know. Every single one. Every single time he was in there, he was not doing anything good.
He's sitting there like,
That's
who
what I
is
noticed.
number 7? Like, what is this?
Yeah,
Or
why is
what-
your number 6? He's 6.
Six,
Why
that's
is your number
right.
6? Like,
Dude,
that's another
Claudio,
thing.
to his credit, he was like, dude, why are they even bringing him in there?
It
Why
doesn't
is
make any
6
sense.
in there?
Yeah.
And Claudio doesn't like the number 6 on Danny.
It does
T.
look odd. It does look odd.
I can't get used to the defensive
Guys in the
bigger
secondary.
defensive guys in it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
So
go
yeah,
ahead.
so Danny T is my bear down.
There you go.
There you
Danny T, Claudio's bear down this week. Cars, you're finishing off the negative here, and then you roll back into a positive.
Sure. So both will be on the same side of the ball, but I overheard you mentioning his drop on the sideline. But Allen Robinson was my bear down for the week, and it's not that he didn't make some good plays, but when it came to what we all know should have been Justin's first touchdown pass to that one along the sidelines, like the stuff that you want to get paid $20 million a year for, those are the guys that make those catches. So. Until he starts doing it, I just don't want to hear it anymore. So, Allen Robinson, you are my bear down.
Really good bear down. I was tempted by the fruit of Allen Robinson to call him out with you. That was going to be my other bear down if I was going middle ground, but I ended up being up here in the right-hand corner of your screen, left-hand corner of mine. The drops and the lack of effort again with the run game, the blocking,
on that one run where Herbert almost broke it, where Jason Peters,
yes,
chipped the one guy, then turned and slammed the other dude.
Slams the other dude.
Herbert comes through the hole, and Allen Robinson lets his guy go, or else he's probably gone.
Yeah, he continues to play selfish football like that.
Looking at his stats, he's a stat boy right now.
Yeah, we got to get better. The shitty blocking. If you're there pregame, Greg, in the tunnel, I'll obviously see you this weekend. You got to yell at him. Like, let's block today, buddy. Let's block. Like, I know it might make the difference in the game.
Pancaking Jackal in the South lot this week.
Oh, we got to get a good football game going.
We could get a game going. That would be great. But yeah, Allen Robinson, great choice there. Now let's turn it around to the positive.
So the positive's super easy for me this week, and it's Khalil Herbert and the way that he stepped in. I think it's extremely telling that when we're driving at the end of the game and we need some power power plays that he's the rookie is the guy in there over Damian. I think you've got to read a lot into that. And he ran physical, he ran strong, his vision was really good. So, I mean, for the guy who's had a handful of snaps all season to go in and play that significant of a role in an important game on the road speaks volumes of him. So Khalil Herbert is my bear up.
Bear
Bastard.
up. Virginia Tech rookie really ran
Looked
well.
like a mini Montgomery, man. The dude was.
Don't go that far.
No, a mini.
Similar to
Chill.
the 24 for the Browns, I mean,
You
it's
like
it's hyperbole, but he's got it. You see it. You saw it at camp, and Cars is 100% right. I was calling it going into the week.
Jack will clip that.
What's that?
Cars was 100% right. Was your quote?
That's right. Well,
Hey, he's
a few
keeping
people
it
were
100.
in on it, and if you saw him at camp or even in the preseason game, he had a few runs where he bounced outside against the Dolphins and stuff. So I was calling it. People were jumping on for fantasy Damian Williams. I was like, look out for this Herbert kid. To me, he should be in the Montgomery role and let Williams be the change of pace back. But they both did a great job. So not to take anybody else's bear up for the week.
Here we go. Claudio, the
Well,
barber.
believe it or not, I was going to go with actually Khalil Herbert, not Mooney. And I will not go with Mooney. So I will
He
go.
caught a pass though, Claudio.
No,
He crushed the threshold.
I was
on brand. Pick Andy Dalton.
No,
His
listen,
one play was great.
I'm going to go with this dude because honestly, we didn't even see him much because he's a lockdown fucking corner, Jalen Johnson. This fucking
There you
dude
go.
is ridiculous. He's one of the best in the league. And like I said it to Phil watching. I'm like, dude, I don't even think they showed a clip of the ball going to him. I mean, the dude, it's just,
The only time he got beat that one time where this fucking dude dropped it.
Yeah, I know. That was that one play. But
That was it.
This week, obviously, he's going to have his hands full. But last
This is
game,
the week. Do they match him up, Shane, right with Devontae Adams this week?
Oh, man, that's a tall order for any corner.
But
man.
I think you
have
put
to.
that chess piece out there. You know what I'm
have
saying?
to.
I
Yeah,
hope
you
they
have to.
do that.
You put your
'Cause
guy.
he
out
has
there.
that swagger, like
Yeah, he
to
said he's
Claudio's
ready.
point.
Yeah, he said he's ready.
He wants it. So I hope they do it.
Yeah, no, it makes sense, but it's expecting him to lock him down. I mean, if he does that,
But that's what
that's-
championships.
No.
are
I
made
get it.
built
I
on.
get it. No, I have zero issue if that's the direction they go. But
I hope so.
That's a big hill to climb. But hey, throw him out there, see what happens.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
So Jalen Johnson is my bear up.
This week. There you go, Claudio.
Like that?
Claudio will be in Chicago this weekend. Come out, check him out, meet him, shake his hand. He's going to be filming. He's going to be asking people
on the
questions
street.
on the street. Questions on the street with Claudio. First class Fernicola shirts will be available according to sources if you would like one of them. Shayne Marsaw, your bear up this week.
Hey, I have the
I already know
utmost
what he's
confidence. Yeah, I have to. Cairo Santos.
I knew it was coming.
Hey, we've been through
That was
the
my
doldrum
bear up this week to
with
be
these field goal kickers. And even when Robbie Gould was rolling, there was times where he would kick it and you'd be like, oh shit. And Cairo just gets out there and there's not even any fucking play in the ball. It's just dead fucking balls on. And I mean, he is
DDP, Cole
so
Kennedy,
fucking, he is so
Cairo
locked in.
Santos song?
Yeah.
Yeah, he is so fucking locked in, and it's just he's got ice water in his veins. I don't think he's getting rattled by anything. I think he's figured it all out. Mentally, he's been staying healthy, and what a fucking weapon! I mean,
absolutely,
a field goal kicker from where we came from, and I brought this up on BHL, and the Bears take a lot of grief because of it. Oh, the fucking kicking circus and all that. He wasn't involved in that, but it indirectly got them to Cairo. It got them to Eddie. Pinheiro first.
John Fox actually signed Cairo Santos.
Yeah, and
Remember?
then he got hurt
Then
again.
he got hurt.
But hey, I'll go through another kicking circus if you're gonna get Cairo Santos at the end of it. And I mean, what is he? 33,
Well said,
34
bro.
in a row. That's
Well said,
when
man.
you cannot tell me that a fucking
Trying
field goal kicker-
hard to get him on the show, Claudio.
He hasn't missed in 16 games now.
Yeah, unbelievable.
Let the funk flow on that, Claudio.
Dude is
I'll talk to
locked
him.
in.
I'll talk to him this weekend.
So Cairo Santos, you are my bear up. Go beat the fucking Packers this weekend, Cairo.
Imagine him
Send them
dropping
home
it.
on your foot.
We will go live immediately from the stadium if that was to happen. I don't know if I'll have a voice. I will be going so crazy. I
Hey,
want this.
I'm all about
victory.
that.
I want this victory so bad. They're so beatable, these Packers.
Yeah.
The fucking Bengals kicker, Claudio and I were having a fucking
I couldn't believe
Keystone Cape. He missed it again. Then we're cheering for the other man. And then this motherfucker misses it. Anyway, no one's jinxing anybody. We're not jinxing nobody. Just drill it home.
That's right.
My son said it during the game. He's going to make it. He makes it all the time. That's how they should be living. I remember
So nice to have that.
AC Green. I think he was with the Lakers, right? Was that his name?
Yeah,
From the
AC
corner. Boom. I would live life. Magic Johnson. Boom, boom. Everyone's hitting shots. That's what I thought the NBA was. They don't miss. Then as I got older,
He was like the
it was
original
Michael Jordan.
40-year-old virgin. AC Green.
Was he?
Yeah, wasn't that his big thing? Yeah.
Oh, he's like the fucking Tim Tebow of the world. Tim
Yeah.
Tebow's idol, probably. You know him from Brags in the Stands. If you don't watch that show, like most of you, no, I kid. Please follow him at Brags in the Stands. I saw one of your fans here. Where is he? Bear Truth 1. What was his name?
Bear Truth 9.
Bear Truth 9.
BT9. He's from
Follow Greg Bragg.
Oceanside, California.
Look at that. Bear Truth 9. Follow Greg Bragg. Bragg's in the Stands on Twitter, right? Bragg's in the Stands.
Something like that.
On YouTube.
You'll
and
find me.
Facebook. Please. Bragg's in the Stands. Is that good?
That's great.
Badass for daddy. With the pussy in the ass and the ass in the pussy.
Bragg's in the Stands. At Bragg's in the Stands. Here he is, our guy. Greg Braggs. Who's your bear up this week?
Well, certainly Cars and Shayne both took 1 and 2 for me, guys that, I couldn't speak more highly of after the game. I spoke with Shayne about that, especially with Cairo the next day or whenever the fuck we talked. But so I guess I'll just have to go with the low-hanging fruit. I mean, I could say Darnell Mooney because we talked about emphasis on blocking in the run, and Darnell on the touchdown run with Damian Williams had a really nice block on a DM.
Yeah.
But, the recipient of the biggest Darnell Mooney catch came from Justin Fields. So I'm just going to go with him because it's just so refreshing to see a quarterback that's so calm, cool, and collected. You saw it today in his presser, like staring daggers through the reporters trying to make him laugh.
Yeah, Adam Hogue, I bet you shit his pants.
Yeah, well, I guess it was him and Hub Arkish trying
Yeah.
to do a little tag team, joking, trying to get the laugh out of him, and he ain't playing around. And you saw that in the game. He takes a spleen shot. He's back out there. You think he's throwing up blood on the sideline, and then he hyperextends his knee, and man, I had my hands in my face.
Newest invention here is called the Cobb Quickie. Hands down the easiest way to butter your corn on the cob on a hot summer day. Simply grab your...
Yes,
That wasn't even me.
I will Cobb Quickie Justin Fields all day. This guy is the real deal. I mean, everyone knows I'm all for Cobb Quickie and quarterbacks of this city. So, Justin Fields is well deserved of it. I mean, then like I said, he hyperextends his knee and comes back out there like 2 plays later. He's like, get me the fuck back on the field. Credit to Andy Dalton for converting the first down, but and then of course at the end of the game, money on the table time, as I like to call it, 3rd and long, hits Darnell Mooney when they're playing prevent defense. Impossible kind of defense to get a first down on. It's hard enough to draw up a play to get a first down. in that situation, especially when you consider the type of defense they were playing there. And then he follows it up with another third down, with another pass down the middle to Cole Kmet. And most of his passes have been going to the sidelines. Now he's starting to hit the middle of the field. That shows he's getting comfortable. It's just exciting to watch his evolution, his growth on a week-to-week basis. I expect him to do, he does much better at home so far. So I expect him to have another big outing. So yeah, it's Justin Fields for me. This is only the beginning. We all want, playoffs every year and things like that, but it's baby steps and to get over 500 at 3-2 when this team had one passing yard against the Cleveland Browns. And then, just the way they started the game against the Raiders, he is just undeterred. He doesn't flinch in the face of, controversy. A guy like Mitch would have that deer in the headlights look when things didn't go right. Justin Fields does not have that. So Justin Fields is my bear up for the week.
Beautiful. Great choice. Obviously, you heard me talking with Cap about, I haven't seen this since Walter Payton, that kind of, this isn't bigger than me. I'm a football motherfucker. This is what I came to do. Like, love it. Maybe Khalil Mack, but his personality is very much different than Justin Fields. Just his whole demeanor, presence, everything you described. And then that throw, Braggs, was something I haven't seen here. Maybe Erik Kramer hits somebody running that deep in cut or that curl around and find that little soft spot and just fucking drill it in there and move those chains to keep that clock running. It was the ultimate showcase of what you want.
These are fucking Taco Bell hands, Rory. And the touchdown too.
He had I can't wait to show the tape because I know a lot of these, NFL Network guy and these guys, they show you some stuff, but there's other things that Justin did in that game that separates him. It goes back to the knock that David Kaplan talked about, Ryan Pace scolding the coach. No, you're going to play this guy. Anyway, great job, Greg, and everybody. I was planning on Cairo Santos, to be honest, because I thought this guy was going to be taken, and he wasn't. So I'm excited. I want to give one of Draft Dr. Phil's special cards, 1B in this. My 1B would be our guy Wilkinson, coming in off the bench and totally having a presence on the offensive line that, fuck you, I should have fucking been playing this whole fucking time, and I'm going to take it out and win this and protect this. Yeah, it meant something to him. Wait till you see the breakdowns of him. I know my boy Olin Kreutz put out a clip that we talked about on BHL right after the game. I was talking about that very play. Like, oh, fuck yeah, he's been against this team. He understands it. But the tape, as Berlissimo said, Wilkinson, if Wilkinson is if Affetti's a 6, Wilkinson's a 20. That's the difference. That's how far.
And I think he's more comfortable on the right side.
Exactly. Exactly. He loves the right side, and you could see it. Wait till you see it. That's all I could say. Become a patron. www.thetapeneverlies.com. You'll get that tomorrow noon. We actually will be live tomorrow on X's with the O's tomorrow. If you're a patron, we're not going to, obviously, I'll be in Chicago this weekend, so there'll be no X's with the O's on the weekend. We'll be live lunchtime tomorrow, 1:00 East. We will be live breaking down the defense and some special plays with me, my guy Berlissimo from TTNL, and my father, breaking down the tape tomorrow. If you're a patron, if you want to see all that stuff live, defensive breakdowns, how did Roquan do? What did Khalil do? How about our guy Kyrus Tunga? All of that stuff, we'll be breaking it down, as well as some big plays. Big plays are nice, coach, tomorrow. My bear up, though, stealing from Shayne in my head, is the tone setter. James Daniels went out there and said, we need to run today. Follow me. Follow me. He had an attitude. an approach to the game that you realize and recognize that he or somebody remembers the last time they played the Raiders. And when I watch somebody give this kind of Herculean effort in the run game and working around to what Shayne's bear down was, having to deal with two guys. There's one play on there, Shayne and Cars, that James Daniels has to cover for his center and literally takes the guy with one hand.
Yep.
Mustafa has two hands, can't move him. He takes him with one, shoves him, goes all the way down, and then gets up and tries to make it to the backer. You're crippling your offense, Juan. By keeping Mustafa out there, you're hindering what greatness you have in James Daniels and Whitehair playing better. You're doing that. They're having to help him too much.
Look
Focus
down,
on
Nick.
him.
Look at the banner at the bottom of the screen, Nick.
Right there. www.thetapeneverlies.com. My bear up. I'm sorry. I'm going long, but I thought he deserved it. This kid, by a long shot, as Shayne said, and I say it too, James Daniels. Amazing. Bring that energy. We are going to need it against the fucking Packers. Kenny Clark, you are my bear up this week. James Daniels. There you go.
I thought you were going to say Kenny Clark.
No. He has to go against Kenny
I understand
Clark.
that, but just how you
He's
say
got to be. He's got to be ready. Everybody's waiting in anticipation. Will Claudio step up into the pocket? Will he deliver? Will he make his return?
What?
I don't know either, Angelo. I'm looking for the bear.
The
There
Bet
it is.
US line on that is not very positive right now.
The prop bet on this is not positive. Let's see what he does. It's cut it out with first class Fernicola. Hey, cut it out. What are you talking about?
Yeah, you must have been at the top of your fucking class.
It's Claudio the Barber.
Cut it out. Cut it out. Cut it out. Just cut it out.
Cut it out. Cut it out. Cut it out.
Cut it out.
Cut it out.
Cut it out.
Cut it out.
Cut it out. Cut it out.
Cut it out.
Cut it out. Cut it out. Cut it out.
Cut it out.
Man, cut that shit out. Cut it out. Cut it out.
It's Cut It Out with Claudio the Barber. Hey, you gotta let me talk, Phil. Hey, you gotta let me speak. Claudio is gonna be bringing a new sense to Keeping It 100. It's Cut It Out with Claudio on the Tape Never Lies Network.
Yes, here we go. I'm going to cut it out here. Last week was my Browns game, so this is going to be the Lions game. I'm by myself, I guess. Okay. Come on, Jackal. Come with me, Jackal. Come on this ride with me, man. All right. You let me do. All right, ready? Here we go. Here we go. Cut it out one. Where is it? There it is. All right. So here we go. We got Justin Fields here. Okay. These are the three things you can't fucking do to a quarterback, right? You can't fucking hit him in the head. You can't fucking spear him, and you can't fucking hit him in the legs. So refs, cut it out. Can you fucking call some flags on this fucking dude before he gets hurt, please? Okay. Greg agrees with me, right? Bragg agrees with me.
Yeah, cut that shit out.
Cut that fucking shit out.
You little
Seriously,
fat ref.
Fucking pretty boy Brady and fucking Aaron Ass Munch fucking Rodgers ain't gonna fucking. They're gonna get called every fucking time. Look at this dude taking his head off. Like, are you fucking kidding me? That's not a penalty. So cut it out. There you go.
Get your head around the thing, the graphic. You gotta pull your head around. No, the other way.
He's also got to pull his head out of his ass, but that doesn't happen either. Oh, hey, Claude.
Hey.
Sorry, that was on air. My bad.
That was
My bad.
All right, ready? It gets better. Don't worry. All right, here we go.
We're all back with you, Claudio.
Thank you. listen, Roquan on this play, which was huge. This play was huge, right? This gave them a first down on the goal line.
This was fourth down.
Yeah, so I gave him a first down. This cannot be a fucking penalty. He hit him with the shoulder. It is a bang bang fucking play. They gotta stop this shit or be able to review it because it's fucking ridiculous. There you go. Cut it out. Again,
That was-
on the refs.
Raiders fans were in unison calling for him to be ejected from the game.
Then complaining about the Crosby penalty, right? So they're like, yeah. So
if you look, the fucking Raider guy is the one putting his head down. Look at Roquan's head and look at the Raiders' head. He's putting his head down, not Roquan. So,
Well, the commentator actually did do a good job in saying that.
Yeah, he did. Yeah.
And there was no fine for Roquan. Am I correct?
Correct.
So therefore, they know they got it wrong because this is some old bullshit.
Well, and this much I'll say too. You want to protect the players. I can understand it. If you're in midfield and the guy's about to get them down, maybe you could say, all right, let's try to protect the players from getting their head taken off. When they're in the end zone about to score a touchdown,
exactly.
there needs to be a different set of rules for that circumstance.
Again,
It's a
how is that a
tighter
penalty?
area.
How is that a penalty? And we'll go back to this. How are these not fucking penalties? How is this dude taking his head off not a penalty? I just don't get it.
Yeah, that was a clear game plan from
the
the Raiders to
just
to
like
take
the
him out.
offensive line last
Yep.
or 2 years ago.
The
Yeah.
the chop block in 2000 what cars was that? 2019?
Later, Claudia.
18.
2018. That was Raiders Bears was
yeah, you're right. Sorry.
That was 19.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was
me and
2.0.
Beverly
That was Nagy 2.0. Yes, but that was. Do you have another one?
I
coming
got
out?
two more actually.
Two more. Here we
Two
go.
more, yeah. All right, so let's take that comment off so we can see the whole thing. All right, so here's Mac. So to all the fucking Mac haters, to all the fucking dudes that fucking want to try to say that this dude doesn't do nothing, he just shows up in this fucking game against his old team and just dominates. These are just three fucking, the sacks that he had. One on a 2-point conversion. So all you Mac haters, you dudes think that he's overrated. Cut that shit out.
Right. I was gonna make him my bear up. I
Learn
was gonna make him my bear up, but I couldn't let James Daniels not be praised because I think he literally set the tone. But Khalil Mack does deserve some praise because the blog boys, listen, the blog boys are blog boys and they have an agenda and an axe to grind. It's like, it's unbelievable how people find negativity in everything. And the reality is Claudio's 100% right. It's too bad that they don't count the 2-point sack or the 2-point conversion, any kind of statistic, because that was really a huge play in the game in that moment. Now 20-9, the stat boy doesn't think, but the reality was Khalil Mack played a hell of a football game. Hell of a football game.
All right, the last one. So this Monday is a beautiful Monday. I went with my daughter. We were like, let's go to Kohl's in Wallingford, Connecticut.
Angelo Marino.
I walk in and there's a 10-foot fucking poster of Aaron Rodgers looking like a fucking homeless man after a makeover. All right? And I'm like, yo, are you fucking Kohl's? Cut it out, bro. We're in Connecticut. Okay, cut it out.
Oh my god.
But it says live every day is Saturday. Every day is Saturday. Well, you're gonna fucking hope it's Saturday because Sunday you're getting your fucking ass kicked, bro. So cut it out, Coles.
Model.
There we go.
Claudio the barber. The grades are in the chat. Cars. Is it a return of the Mac moment for Claudio?
I'm gonna have to be the East German judge on this one, and I'm gonna have to give him the solid C.
Okay, I'll take a C.
There are some ups. There are a lot of downs in that, but I think it was a building block back to your 500 record if you could keep going this way.
I will take that, Cars. I appreciate it.
Logan Frost is in your corner. Apparently, he is the Japanese judge. B plus. Oh,
Nice.
I'm so shy.
Are you sleeping with Jackal in Chicago, Claudio?
Am I
You guys
sleeping
guys-
with Jackal?
The
Yeah,
same room?
we just actually made plans. Yeah, we are rooming. We're roommates.
They're roommates.
Well, when he tries for that reach around late at night, you'll be telling him to cut it out.
I don't think Claude says no to a
Greg's
whole
been working
lot
this
of
one all
things in
day.
life.
Finally got it to hit.
Cut it out with Claudio each and every
I know
week.
all
a
about spooning
staple here
escapades, so
on
I'm
keeping
an
it
expert in it.
keeping it 100, keeping it 100 each and every Wednesday night. Next Wednesday after Bears Packers, we got breaking news. Our friend, Greg's friend, our friend will return for her second appearance. Dion Miller wants back on the show, Greg. She's
There
like,
you
I had
go.
so much fun with you guys. Let's talk about what happens in the oldest rivalry next week. Dion Miller will be back to talk Matt Nagy, Bears, Packers rivalry. This is a huge game for Nagy, the play caller. Am I correct? Meanwhile, on the tape, never lies.
With that, I'll open up. You talked about making changes. Did you decide who's going to be the play caller on Sunday? So what we've done is we've, I think probably the best part of the last 48 to 72 hours is we've had some amazing, healthy conversations between coaches and coaches,
And that would mean Bill Lazor is calling plays. Matt, just come out and say it, please. I don't want to play the extra 3.5 minutes where he continues to go down whatever circus safari show. But yes, Matt Nagy, the play caller, is going to be on Full Circle this week with the rivalry game. That leads us up to our predictions. And we're going to bring our guy in prior to our predictions here. Our guy, Sammy the Bull, is back.
What's up, guys?
Sammy, you
What's
are
up, man?
you are the leader in the clubhouse, the top dog with the crew. Let's bring them all in now. Look at this. The whole TTN. Look at Caden.
Where's Caden? There he is.
He had fixed.
Hello.
He was sleeping. Everybody here will be at the tailgate. Sammy, you and Greg Bry. Let's switch cars over here. Cars wants to be farther away from Greg.
I'll be in the middle.
But this weekend, you guys are planning it. Greg, you have obviously, because you're from Chicago, correct?
Yeah.
You know this area.
The Chicagoland area. Yeah.
I'm from Chicago, guys.
Tell him, Sammy.
I'm fucking from there.
There you go. Sammy and Greg are setting up the tailgate, the TTNL tailgate. Real quick, guys, give the fans that you don't have to have a ticket. You guys can come out South Lot. Go from there. What else should they be knowing? And 8:00 a.m. Am I correct?
Yep, 8 a.m. it opens. Just make sure you're there. If you're planning on tailgating with your car and you have a red lot pass, make sure you're there early. We're going to be up there around 7 o'clock, I think. I got some guys meeting me over in my condo by 7:30 or 6:30, 6:15.
Yeah.
So be there early. You don't want to be late.
Acevedo better be on time.
Got to be on time.
I want a full report.
Exactly.
So, guys, Greg, if someone doesn't have the $248 parking pass money,
it's fucking
right?
ridiculous.
It's
for this
complete fuck job that they
I mean, that was
they
why
could
I
park
wanted to
somewhere
come on.
else, right?
Yeah,
And then-
exactly. That's why I wanted to come on today because last week I heard Sammy breaking it down, and I was just like, "My God, this is you guys need some help explaining."
No, we
this.
don't.
Because
Go ahead, Brad.
It was
Let's
a
hear it.
complete shit show
Let's
last
hear it.
week. So, yes, you can still get a South Lot parking pass, but they're only available on StubHub, and they are over $250 at this point. Unless you know somebody that has one, then you guys all get in the truck together and
forget
split the
about it.
cost. If not, right behind South Lot, south of South Lot is the McCormick Place garage. And if you are driving there, you want to get off on 31st, whether you're coming from Indiana or you're in Chicago and you're going back, south towards Indiana. You want to get off on 31st, turn towards the lake, and then head down the ramp that leads you down into the garage. And then you'll see, you just follow the cars and you follow the people at that point. The cars will take you through a toll booth. You pay the ticket. It's $40 per ticket for $40 for a parking pass in the McCormick Place garage. Now, here's a little trick.
Yeah.
If you're there early, this is a little Bragg's trick now. All the people that work at Soldier Field they park in McCormick Place garage. So if you just pretend like you're working, they'll give you a little voucher, and then it's $10. It's actually like $12. But you got to be slick with it. Maybe bring a white T-shirt too. Just telling you.
Look at that.
Between us girls. Now,
Indiana native.
once you get parked at the McCormick Place garage, well, last week I got the hookup. Well, sometimes you got to schmooze the ladies that are helping.
Right?
Yeah, I did.
Once you get parked there, you hit up me and Jackal because that's what we're saying.
It does.
We'll smoke a blunt with you.
Right, so three of
blunt
those
will be
ticket
out.
booths. Pay your ticket before you go to the lot, because when you're coming back after the game, there's 9 million people trying to pay for their parking ticket. So pay it before.
Smart.
You can pay it with cash or with a credit card. Make sure your credit card can swipe, because mine never can. And so once you pay, you'll just follow the people that are. It's kind of like a pillage, and you just head north towards the stadium, and it leads you right through South Lot. And it's the first lot you see as you come out the garage, or you go down the steps and come out the doors, whichever way you follow the people. And South Lot is right there. It's literally McCormick Place garage, South Lot, Waldron Deck, Soldier Field. So it's very simple. Simple.
You got to walk. It's a long walk.
You might
it's a little bit of a walk.
It's a little bit of a walk, guys. So yeah, if you're ready to walk,
when we get to Arlington Heights, you won't have to walk as much. But for now, you got to walk here. At
Hopefully, it's not $248 to park. But Greg is giving you
$348.
And yes,
Greg's giving
if
you
you're
cheat
driving,
codes.
get there early. I mean,
Gotta
you want to get there early.
Yeah,
because
don't
you're
follow
gonna get
Cool
caught in traffic.
Kennedy's traffic jam waiting to get in.
Even if you're parking at McCormick Place, you want to get. I mean, if you want to hang out and
it goes
have
quick,
the full fun, because it goes fast.
quick.
Because you got to start making your way towards the stadium around 11, because you got to be at the front of the line at the south gate of Soldier Field around 11:30 to get to your seat by noon. So you're really only getting like 3 hours of tailgating time, and that's 8 to 11. And
exactly,
Phil and the guys aren't going to get parked until 8:15 if they're lucky, even if they're in line at 7, because it takes a while to get in.
I'm walking over there. I really,
Claudio, we're good, buddy.
Sammy the Bull and Mikey Tenorelli. They're going to be pulling in there. Ron G, Alex Acevedo. They're all jumping in the car. I think. Greg, are you jumping in the car with them too?
No, I'm going to park at McCormick.
Okay, so you got this all. The TTNL
Greg,
flags.
stay with us the night before.
TTNL flags will be
hanging out
flying
with you the night before.
We'll do
TTNL flags. We have a special meetup.
Sleep in the bathtub.
Yeah.
Get in the bed.
Did I send? I
pillows.
sent you that, Jackal. I sent you where we're going to be. Saturday night. Okay. Sorry. So the TTNL flags will be flying.
Coming.
There'll be food there. Bring your own booze, bring whatever you're smoking, because obviously it's legal there. And really, that's about it.
Yeah, people. I'm bringing food.
I'm going to throw you some cashola too.
I'm bringing beers, a lot of beers.
Yeah, if somebody if people want to bring something, you're more than welcome to. But I'm going to bring food. I don't know how many people are coming, so it's a little.
Exactly, we're like guessing.
We're
going to have a grill. We're going to have a grill.
I'm going to bring that proper.
We're not having a grill. We talked about that.
I'll have a half gallon of Jack, so if the food runs out, we can just survive off that.
There you go.
There you go. We'll be there. Ivan Vargas will be in the house. I see him in the chat.
It's going to be awesome.
Alex Acevedo, Ron G. Then after the game, because of what they're talking about, we wanted to re-emphasize this. We will do Bears Hour Live after the game in the tailgate lot. Shayne will hold down the fort till I get back. Yada, yada, yada. We'll include you, the fan that was tailgating with us. Afterwards, you'll get your rant on. You'll get your time to come on the show on Bears Hour Live, the #1 post-game show, bar none. We have over 12 or 13,000 views on last week's show. You guys know, I know Donnie thinks that I have fake passion, that I'm an actor, that I can make this stuff up when I'm ranting. But I can assure you everything. And
Watch a game with him, bro.
Even cars can attest.
Better than his rants.
And to the people talking about grilling, we talked about this.
Yeah,
just with the truncated amount of time you have, and you want to hang out, enjoy each other's company, then somebody has to sit by the grill and cook whatever we bring.
We're gonna have a lot of fun.
Yeah, I'm bringing
throw the
cold
football
sandwiches,
around.
So
take
we're
some
gonna worry about
pictures.
not grilling.
Chris Zorich is gonna be there. And obviously, Indiana native Greg Braggs is going to be there.
Chicagoland area native. It's not Sheree. It is Chicagoland area. You cannot deny this.
Braggs, when I was in college, guys would say they were from Chicago, and I'm like, where? And they're like, well, I'm from the region. I'm like, well, that's not Chicago. That's not cool.
Thank you, Sammy. Thank you.
Hey, get out of here.
I have never heard.
No, it's okay. I respect the region because I got family and friends all over that area as well.
We will debate
they get our news. It's in Chicago.
Someone bounced. We will debate that that day. It'll be a lot of fun. Maybe we could play cornhole if fucking the region is Chicago. The winner will decide. Whatever the case, we'll have trivia. There's gonna be swag out there. So you guys want swag stuff, bullets. You're distracting me with that comment. You want swag? Alex Acevedo, the swag man's gonna be there. TTNL swag. All of it out there. There you go. Now, our final thing, no tweets tonight, we are going to do our bold prediction. Everybody's going to play the game. We're going to go real quick so we can jump off this show tonight, which has been an amazing show. David Kaplan, Erik Kramer, Matthew Carstensen, Jackal, finally doing some shit, Claudio, Sheree, Sammy the Bull, Greg Braggs, Indiana native Greg Braggs. That is exactly how I'm going to introduce him on.
What do you chew after you drink? What is that?
Ice.
Ice.
Oh,
he threw a nice dig in there. You didn't even hear it. And Shayne Marsaw, the smartest man. He's the only one, even though I'm begging the gods of travel to somehow allow Shayne to come. But it's not going to be in the cards this time, but he does exist. I met him. Now I get to meet cars after 20.
I never did. I never met him.
Running Shayne over with my car.
Claudio forgot he met him.
Never met him.
Let's go.
I mean, if I'm going to root for a team, I want to give it all I got.
Next play. Pass.
There was no rhyme or reason.
Drove down the field. Mr. Montgomery breaks a huge run. If he scores on the run, you don't got to worry. But you do got to worry because he gets tackled at the freaking 15.
There was no rhyme or
Next play, shotgun.
The tape never lies.
Bold prediction. What's your prediction?
What's your prediction? The old line is playing shitty. What's the skinny? No identity. If Nagy can't find it, Bears will keep it with the enemy. Red zone opportunity. Once again, they gotta settle for three. The reality of coaching when the defense has to carry the team. Prediction. What you think would happen versus what does. A light year from the Super Bowl and now we're losing buzz. Nagy has no answers, just predictions that don't change. This segment is the truth. Give it about the guys and feeling shame.
Prediction. What's your prediction? That bold prediction.
The tape never lies.
Bold
It never
prediction.
does.
What's your prediction?
Oh, there it is. The tape never lies. The bold prediction segment of this show. Tonight, we are going to start with the lady of the house. She will be out there in Chicago. Are you excited about getting back to the Windy City?
I am. I'm excited to get some food. For the people who know, I'm looking forward to getting me some Harold's. So,
chicken.
Is that where I got to
Harold's is good.
hit up Harold's Chicken?
yeah, if you want to venture to the south side.
I will.
There's one in the West Loop now.
Sure, let's go. I'm in.
Oh,
you
yeah,
know what? I
adventure
think
now.
it is.
Yeah.
You're gonna have Jackal, Claudio, all of us in town. You got to show us around. I mean, it's not Indiana, but it is Chicago. So hopefully we can check out.
Anyway,
what do you got though, Sheree? Let's rock and roll here.
All right.
Chicago, Green Bay, the rivalry.
Yep.
Rivalry week.
And I'm sorry, I got distracted by a comment.
I wonder what comment it could be. Jeez.
No, I think
no.
this
There
one.
you go.
There it is.
Oh,
oh my God.
Dun, 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 dun.
So my score prediction is going to be 27-24 Bears.
Whoa.
I do think Santos is gonna be the MVP. Bold prediction is Fields will get a rushing and passing touchdown in this game while throwing for over 200 yards. My favorite number.
Rushing and passing touchdown, Justin Fields, and throwing for over 200 yards, she states.
200 is your favorite number?
I've picked that. I've kind of played with that number every week. So.
Oh, okay.
Shayne.
Should be keeping it 100. Let's go to Matthew Karstensen, who hit the double. What is it? The daily double last week. The daily double. He hit it. What's your prediction this week? Can he keep the streak alive?
So I have us winning 32-28.
Wow.
I don't think Green Bay's defense, especially if King is out, has any corners that are worth anything. So I really just don't trust them, and obviously we know what we're going to try to do. So I do see us winning. My bold prediction is that we will take Aaron Rodgers to the turf 5 times in this game.
Wow. There it is. 5 sacks by the Chicago Bears. 32-28, he predicts. Jackal's writing these things down. We have to go back later in the season and see how well we do.
It's all on the YouTube type snap.
Jackal, you are up.
18-17 Chicago. Cairo Santo is going to have a freaking day. This is my prediction yesterday, so I'm sticking with it.
6 field goals you're calling.
He's the MVP.
Wow.
Take it.
6 field goals
Defensive
and
game.
the last one to bury the win, you're saying?
Yeah, exactly.
And what's your bold prediction?
Well, shit, Cairo Santo kicking a bunch of field goals.
That's pretty good. That's pretty bold.
6 fucking field goals.
It's the first time it's been both on this show. There you go.
Right.
I'll take it. 6 field goals is that would be not the favorite game to see, but the win I'll take. Caden Whitlow, youngster producer from Drake University.
I'm going 24-21 Bears. I think
24-21. Another Bears. 3 and 4 in a row.
Winning by the field goal is the common theme this week. But I'm gonna go. We rush for over 150 total yards.
150 total yards. The Bears top total. You're talking. Is Justin Fields included in that total, or is that just running back? Okay, Justin Fields as well. So it's not as big as you perceive it to be. So maybe do you want to go 250?
Yeah, say that again. I just wrote down and it didn't sound.
You said the Bears will go over 150 yards total rushing.
Oh, okay.
But I think
that's a pretty solid one.
He's up to 200. So
well, didn't they have over 150 last week, or just short of it?
Just short.
Just short.
144.
All right, so he's going 200. He believes in this run game. Wilkinson is in. Will be starting at right tackle. They've placed the Fetty on IR. They brought up Kamara from practice squad and Ryan Nall. Claudio, your bold prediction and prediction.
24-20 Bears. I mean, listen.
They're all going Bears.
Listen, the way they played last week, I don't see the defense stopping. I don't see the defense not playing like they, as good as they've been. And the offense, I think, is only going to get better. And we're going to be there. So we need a fucking win. Last time we went, me and you and Phil, we fucking sadly saw them lost. But we're gonna think get this win here. So my bold prediction is Mac gets a strip sack, fumble, touchdown.
Well, he picks it up and scores.
He gets it out of his hands, something picks it up.
Cars, say he strip sacks it. Vildor picks it up. Does Claudio get credit for that?
No.
I'm calling a touchdown.
Okay.
He gets a touchdown.
Okay. He's calling for Khalil Mack.
Might be in the end zone. He might sack him in the end zone.
That's right.
Right
Bold prediction. I'm so shy. He's predicting Eddie Jackson first pick 6 of the season.
I'd be happy
playing
with that.
along in the chat. Go ahead. Someone will be. Caden will pay attention. Cherie will pay attention. Sammy the Bull, you're up.
Well, I'm excited. It's Bears Packers, best week ever. I think I'm going to go 21-10 Bears. I like what I saw last week.
21-10.
I think they're going to come out, and I think the offense is actually going to put up some points. I think A-Rob's going to have to get in this game a little bit more. We're going to have to use the tight end. We got to get Komet playing. We got to get him out and start throwing the ball more to him and using him as a reliable source. So I'm going 21-10, and my bold prediction, I think Mac's going to come down with about 2 sacks.
That's
going with 2 sacks.
2 sacks. Could have went with the 10 points by Green Bay being your bold prediction.
That is awfully bold.
Especially with this
We'll
guy.
see.
He just will drop back 23 yards and throw air balls, and no one's around in coverage. That's what I worry about.
Besides, got his hands full, but I think he's going to be all right. So
all right.
Let's go.
Dion Hall, 27-24, Bears. Put them up as you see the chat. Don't be afraid, Don. Let's see what you can bold predict, Donnie. All right. Shayne Marsaw.
Boy, this is where the party comes to a fucking screeching halt.
There's no way he's down.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 in a row.
34-16 Green Bay.
34-16.
I'm not a
Green
believer that
Bay.
the Bears. I'm a believer in Justin Fields as being the guy. I don't think they're there yet, and until further notice, it's going to be same old Bears. Do I think that the Bears had a problem stopping people on 3rd and longs, or what are they going to do with Aaron Rodgers and his fucking weapons?
Beat the fuck out of him.
Yeah, I hope so. I want it to be that, but I can't, with a clear mind, come out and say that the Bears are going to put up over 20 points, 30 points. Just there's so many things that need to go right for this team. And coming off a big win, these guys, I don't know if they're going to get a big head coming back home. It's a big part of the Bears letdown that we've seen time and time again. So my bold prediction, though, is going to be the Bears actually go up 7-0 in this game. They strike first. And it'll be Justin Fields. Who's he going to hit? Yeah, I'll say it's going to be – no, it's not going to be – it's going to be Mooney. It's going to be Claude's guy. It's going to hit him deep.
Darnell Mooney deep.
All right. Crowd's going to go fucking crazy. The Bears are going to go up 7-0. Everybody's going to be going nuts, and then
cakewalked.
Then it's a fucking bloodbath after that. I want to believe. I want to buy into the fucking hype. I've been burnt too many times to
I think the
buy
crowd's
into
gonna
it.
be nuts, though.
He's predicting with his heart here and his past history.
I'm predicting with my brain. If I was predicting with my heart,
well, your heart has
never
been
gonna
broken,
figure
is
it
what I
out.
was trying to say. So maybe you're 100% right. You're predicting with your brain, but your brain has been abused by this team.
34-16 Green Bay.
There you go. Gregory Braggs.
Yeah, I'm on the same wavelength as Shayne here.
Get him out of here. Get him the
I
fuck
hate
out of
saying
here.
it. It's the truth though. Jackal,
Is this a beanie or is this a Scully? I don't know what to call this. Is this a snow cap, a ski cap, a beanie, or is it a Scully like a loser said?
It's almost Scully season.
He's taking shots at me. All right, Greg. I've been your
Shane
only
has a
defender.
vault of these. I don't even remember half of them, but no. And to the point of Shane's.
That wasn't me.
It was not I.
Oh, shut the fuck up! It's all of you.
Good.
You fucking idiots.
Definitely
All
was
Thank
Jacko.
you,
I'm
Cherie.
guessing.
I did not do it. It was
It's
Cherie.
all of
Look
you
at her.
idiots.
Look at her.
Audio has
It
that
was
filter.
her.
It's
It was
Cherie.
I'm Switzerland.
Oh, my girl.
Isolate the fucking camera on me right now. All right.
I'm
Look.
Switzerland. Man, don't worry.
Look. I'm tired of this shit. Look at this shit. Look.
Nobody cares, Greg.
I can't see.
This is the Chicagoland area.
Oh, this guy.
Oh.
This
That's
guy.
like a
man, get out of
narcissist.
here.
Look at me.
I hurt his feelings, I think.
I don't feel good.
Yeah, I'm
You guys
from New
can't
York.
even
I'm from
spell
New
my
York.
metropolitan in this fucking chat. Anyway.
Yeah, okay.
Now let's-
Okay.
I like how that just went.
Thank you.
Yeah, that was crazy. Now, back to
Putting you
business.
here.
You know, it's just not their time. You watch Aaron Rodgers these last few weeks, they should have lost some games. And they don't, because Aaron Rodgers is the common denominator each time. They could play, Justin Fields could have the game of his life, and Aaron Rodgers will find a way to have one more touchdown than him. If you leave him 27 seconds left on the clock at the end of the game, he will find a way to get down and score the game-winning field goal. It's until the luck isn't on his side, I can't pick the Bears in this game. It sucks, but it's the truth. I'm excited to go, and hopefully
Just
they
give us
prove
your
me
pick,
wrong.
dude.
But yeah,
Be nice.
well, if you wouldn't stop with the fucking drops, you fucking comb over motherfucker. You hear it.
Comb over. This is all hair, dude. All hair.
Now,
I'll bring some boxing gloves for the
my
parking lot.
bold prediction is
over.
Jakeem Grant returns a kick for a touchdown in this game.
Well, I like it.
Jakeem Grant, you stole my bold prediction. Jesus.
That is my
You
bold.
go, Brad.
He definitely showed how fast he is. He had a couple where you're like, I wouldn't have brought that out, or the one he
Fearless,
let bounce in front of him. But other than that, I liked what I saw from him in the return game. But I just hope I'm wrong. But I just think Aaron Rodgers ain't gonna let the kid beat him first time out the gate. He's gonna be there to teach the young buck a lesson, and they'll be having a nice handshake at the end of the game with his smarmy fucking smirk.
There you
So,
go.
that's
Greg
how
Bragg's
it's
the
gonna go.
the Charo of the Hollywood squares right now. I don't know if you remember Charo from the 80s, but she was the lovable one in the middle. And Greg finishing on Aaron Rodgers' head. That's a shot to be seen.
That's a hell of a clip.
That would be
Greg
very.
finishing on
Remember
Aaron
somebody,
Rodgers' head.
yeah,
Clip that
finishing
one.
on Aaron Rodgers' head. Anyway, I would be willing. I don't know if you remember, but I do. Anyway, this segment here, Bold Predictions, is brought to you by BetUS. Bet with the 3-decade leader. It's BetUS. Join now, as I said earlier, for 125% bonus or 200% bonus with the code ShyCity125 or ShyCity200. And bet sports, casino, horses, pop culture, and more at BetUS.com. You bet, you win, you get paid. It's BetUS. They are our sponsor here. Go over there. If you're a betting person, take some of these bets. Take some of these bets and get them from us. Anyway, BetUS. Use them and go on forever, as Shane would say.
Yes.
I got you. Listen, my bold prediction, it's Cars has some valid thinking in the Packers down corners. That gets me excited. The Bears got a blessing in disguise with Wilkinson coming in there, but you got to worry about Mustafa. Who's calling the plays? I'm going to do this, something I've never done before on this show. I'm going to say this. Shayne Marsaw will send me and the rest of the group obviously our patrons first and foremost, the inactives. So here's my prediction. If Jasper Horsted is inactive on Sunday, the Bears lose 35-14. If Jasper Horsted is active, the Bears win 24-20. That little move will show what kind of coach this guy is. Does he understand what Erik Kramer was talking about? The fluidity and the relationship, and these things matter. Because I'll tell you this, guys.
Cocaine's
Everybody
a hell of a
here.
drug. Is that what
I'm
you're
just
gonna say?
telling you guys. Would any of our other tight ends caught that pass on Sunday and adjusted and just been patient and focused and caught it? No, they wouldn't have. Not Cole Kmet, not Jimmy Graham, none of them. There's something to be said about Jasper Horsted, and there's something to be said about a coach who puts politics aside and puts the performance there. What we've seen with Jasper Horsted and Justin Fields is a downfield threat, something that can be incorporated down the seams where you're struggling with others. Well, the wake-up call should be accountability. The Bears defense is going to come to play. I believe that. But I really believe offensively you're going to need a spark, and it ain't coming from the run game, because I think the Packers are going to do everything in their power to stop the run. So you're going to have to throw the football. If you have that extra target, I'm just telling you, remember my numbers, 34, what did I say, 34-10 without Horsted. How does he matter this much? It's just what I feel. It'll be planning and appropriate. That's what I'm saying. So I got 2 cars. I'm sorry. My bold prediction was stolen by Greg Braggs, because I really think Jakeem Grant is going to take one to the house. So I'm going to say this. Justin Fields will throw 2 touchdowns and no interceptions against the Green Bay Packers, and he'll rush for 83 yards and a touchdown. So he'll throw 2, run for 8. He's going to do everything in his power to win. There you go. Let the kid play. Let the kid play is what Andy's throwing his rose in the ring, Cherie. He's throwing his rose in the ring. The Bachelorette, Mikey Tenorelli will be out there with the TTNL crew. A bunch of you. I just got word. Breaking news. Guess who will be at the tailgate? Co-host of the One Up Fantasy Podcast, Steven Johnson, will be at the tailgate. He just informed me.
Tooch won't be there, right?
Oh, that was well played. So yes, hopefully we see Zach Pearson as well and a bunch of the Shy City peeps. If you want to come out again, Greg gave you all the cheat codes, gave you where to park in McCormick, how to save $30. Walk over, Sammy and Mikey T, Ron G, Alex Acevedo, everybody, Ivan. They have it all planned. It's going to be a great time. I'm looking forward to meeting everybody. Chris Zorich will be out there. Everybody, we're going to have a good time. Now, we always do the shout-out segments. We're going to do it real quick. Shout-out segments. We're going to go around the table here, and we'll end the show on the shout-out song, I guess. We'll go out with that. Or do we play the song? One shout-out, Shane? You decide, Shane.
I'm all about getting it done quicker. It's 12:30.
Okay, so let's go. Let's go around the horn. Yeah. Claudio.
Cherie's going to clip that. I saw her face.
All right, shout out real quick. People in the chat that made me laugh. Ralph Barf. Lushy fucking loon. I added the fucking in there because he came up with the Erik fucking Kramer. Zach Bradley and Irish Rastafarian. And
good job.
Riley and everybody else.
Claude, are you excited about going out there or what?
Of course.
He's riding
I'm
first
excited
class.
to meet up with everybody. I'm excited to
excited.
room to spoon with fucking Jackal.
And his whitey tighties.
I am
Those aren't pillows.
The phrase spoon with fucking Jackal should never be uttered ever.
Sounds pretty good to me.
No,
There you go.
I am
We'll go
very
out with
excited.
curls. Chris Jackal, shout out quick.
Hey, shout out to everybody. Looking forward to meeting everyone this weekend. And Braggs, go fuck yourself.
Oh, it's already starting. It hasn't even begun. It's starting before it's begun. Cherie.
Shout out to Riley for the great news we got on him today. So shout out to him. Shout out to Sammy for getting the tailgate and everything together for everybody, and look forward to seeing everybody this weekend.
We will be there live and direct. Boogie Down Production would say. Sammy, 2 weeks in a row.
Yeah, appreciate
Sammy.
it, guys. Shout out to everyone in the chat. You guys are very active, and it's awesome to see all the pumped enthusiasm for this Bears Backers weekend. And shout out to the crew, and I'm looking forward to meeting everybody. Braggs and Draftville and Jackal and Claudio, everybody. It's going to be an awesome time. My shout out, honestly, is to my wife dealing with my baby right now because my baby's screaming, crying. So shout out to her.
Shayne knows all about that.
I do.
And shout out to Riley, of course, man.
Thanks, man.
Awesome. Good news.
Awesome. There you go. Greg Braggs of Braggs in the Stands.
Just play the fucking drop before
I'd like
we
to
even
shout out
get
myself.
No, I'm gonna do it different. I'm gonna do a go fuck yourselves ranking, and it's gonna start with everybody on the panel, just the people on this panel. So the go fuck yourself ranking is gonna go from lowest to highest. Go fuck. The least go fuck yourself goes to Kate.
This invention here is called the Cobb Quickie. Hands down the easy.
Least go fuck yourself
Thank
goes
you.
to Caden because he's just an innocent little kid and we're not gonna fuck with him too hard. Second, go fuck yourself. Least ranking goes the same with the Bull. Seems like a nice guy. Has no idea how to set up a tailgate. The third least go fuck yourself ranking goes to Claudio. Nice dude. Can't wait to hang out with him, share some drinks. Really nice guy. The fourth now we're going to most go fuck yourselves ranking is Cherie because she don't know what the fucking Chicagoland area is. The fifth most
As a person born and raised in
shut up, Cherie. The
Chicago.
fifth most go fuck yourself ranking
Shut up, you
is, of
fucking
course,
asshole.
goes to Shayne because he can always go fuck himself with his
respecting a
stupid
woman
mom
for
jokes
once.
all the day long on Twitter. The sixth most go fuck yourselves goes to fucking Jackal. No way, I'm gonna switch it up. It goes to Phil. Phil can go fuck
How
himself.
am I this
too.
far?
You're
Nobody
the
cares
fucking
about you that
ringleader of
much
this
to listen
circus.
to you this
You
long.
fucking encourage all this bullshit, so go fuck yourself.
It's all my fault.
So anyway,
Thank you.
Is it
He's
over
still
with
talking
yet?
though.
He is still talking.
He's still going.
He's still coming. Jackal. Most fucking go fuck yourself.
He never.
You got a million fucking comments, so go fuck yourself, Jackal. My number.
Real quick.
My number one go fuck yourself goes to Matt.
Breaking news. The tape never lies. Network breaking news.
Number one go fuck yourself goes to Matt Parsonson. You love.
Just go get a fucking COVID test before you come to fucking Soldier Field, you fucking asshole.
Funny my shit.
You're muted.
Sorry. Because if it wasn't for me, you wouldn't even have met Erik Kramer, you fucking idiot. So fuck you. Go fuck yourself.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
You wouldn't know Cap, Phil. Phil, you ever gonna give me a fucking guess? I gotten you like 7 guesses.
Does he even have a show?
Any guest you want.
All right.
Let me know. I got
idiot. I mean, if a tree falls.
Anybody in the chat want to go fuck yourself?
I'm an idiot. It's a good place to end the race.
Everybody go fuck themselves.
Okay.
Fuck
And
you.
you all
Fuck
can.
Let's do this,
Fuck you, fuck you. You're cool. Fuck you, I'm out.
Yeah, exactly.
BT9 gets the you're cool. You're cool, BT9. The rest of you go fuck yourselves.
Here we go. Back on the tracks. I don't know what that was. I thought we were positive there. Caden Whitlow.
Switching it up.
Well, I'll shout out Sammy, everyone that's organizing the tailgate. Just gonna switch it up from what Greg was talking about, but shout out to everyone in the chat. Yeah, Go fuck yourself, Greg.
You have the fucking list.
Spider.
Points.
Hey, Spider.
Caden
Right.
Whitlow
That's
is
right.
my bear up.
What kind of world are we coming to here?
Yeah.
Cars.
Oh, what? I get to talk?
Yes.
Oh.
You are the number one. Fuck you from Greg Braggs.
Yep.
That was easy. That was too
Cool.
It fits. I'm okay with that. No, I just want to shout out my wife this week. I've been so busy. She's had to carry way too extra of a load, and unfortunately, Stop.
See how that works,
Way
Greg?
too much
You,
Stop.
You thank somebody else outside yourself.
Stop.
I don't think anybody.
And then, but she's had to pick up way too many extra shifts because nurses everywhere are quitting. So if you know a nurse, please tell them you appreciate them.
Yeah,
That's it.
100%.
Greg,
My wife's a
married
nurse.
Great one.
Greg,
Well, then you should probably say thank you to her.
You can.
Oh God, if
Shayne
was great.
Shayne Marsaw. Shayne Marsaw.
Cars is too nice.
Yeah, I'm shouting on my baby boy, of course. Big day today for him. Finally got some good news. We're not out of the woods yet, but big PET scan coming up in 2 weeks. That'll, tell the story moving forward. But we got the good news today. No more chemo. So that's a big win for the Marsaw house. Gave him a little bit added boost of confidence hearing that, which is always good. So, but shout out to you guys. I wish I could be there with you this weekend, but this network has always been family first, and that's what I got to do. And I'll get there at some point. We'll get out of the woods here with what we're dealing with, and we'll get I don't know what game it'll be. Maybe it'll be Green Bay next year or whatever. Maybe, who knows? Maybe it'll be one later in the season if everything clears up. But hope you guys have a great time. I'm going to hold down the fort here in the studio and deal with all you drunk, crazy fans that are pissed off that we just got boat raced by the Packers again. But yeah, so shout out to the whole crew, TTNL crew, everybody going, all the fans, and my son. So there you go.
No, we're very economical, my family.
Somewhere he is. I don't know where he is.
He
Angelo
liked a Facebook post of mine
Has
today.
he?
Yeah, I couldn't believe it.
Okay, then that's good. I'm
The
worried
Secret
about
Service
him.
doesn't know where he is. The FBI isn't aware of him either. So.
We've lost Angelo, Claudio. We got to find him and hopefully bring him back.
Well, he's in Wallingford, Connecticut.
Yeah, Wallingford, Connecticut. Anyway, my shout out tonight, obviously, David Kaplan for jumping on, and Erik Kramer, just two amazing guests and two guys that support this network. And I'm excited about the both of them coming on tonight. What a great show. I want to shout out all of you guys. If I had to rank you all, I would start. No, I would not do that. I just want to thank you all for making this network run and doing all the little things. We're all a part of this, and it doesn't go without every piece of the engine. So thank you all jumping on tonight, carrying this network and making it exactly what Shayne and I hoped it would be. Family first, football fun, laughs, but real truths from the beginning of confronting Brant to the very end with Greg acting like a jackass. It is very much this network. I also want to shout out my sons today. They had their first big game. They represent the Bears here in Connecticut. They won. They beat the Patriots tonight. So I want to shout out my sons. It was a crazy night, as Shayne knows. And we'll talk about that Saturday night. All of us together breaking bread. So last but not least, I want to thank Mike Tenorelli, Sammy, the Bull, and everybody involved. Greg, everybody, Ivan, Alex Acevedo, Ron G, And am I missing anybody in that meeting of really going the extra mile to make TTNL happen at the game? Because there's so many unknowns and everything like that. So I'm really looking forward to that. And there's a lot of work that goes into this, things that you don't even realize. So I just want to shout them out tonight for all the hard work. Obviously, it's still, we got to perform now. That's, Sunday, but really putting in all that time and energy and taking time out of your lives. And Mikey T has donated 2 tickets that I'm giving to Ivan and Caden. So really, really excited about that. I got another guy working because Lawrence Fleming II, he is going to be at the tailgate as well, the voice, but I didn't know he was going to be there. So I'm trying to get him another. If somebody has an extra ticket, please reach out to me or Shayne or Jackal or somebody. I'm trying to get him a ticket so he can join us at the game. He will be at the tailgate irregardless, he told me. But that being said, just want to thank all of you fans, everybody that helped plan this. And I really look forward to coming out to the city of Chicago, not the region, Greg, Chicago. And I got my last shout out. It's to Jim Larison, the business manager of this network, and really helping me and Shayne come to the conclusions of doing this and leading us down the right path to ultimately getting us out there. Unfortunately, Shayne can't join us. That sucks. But in all honesty, I love it. The excitement of actually watching a game with Shayne will just have to wait till another time. For everybody, for Claudio, the barber, for Chris Jackal, for Cherie, the lady of the house, who should never be talked to such ways.
Exactly.
Greg.
Intervention here.
To Cars, to Caden Whitlow, the producer, the opens, everything Caden does on the side, Sammy the Bull, and Greg Braggs, as well as Shayne Marsaw. I'm your guy, Drafts Dr. Phil. This is Keeping It 100. Next week, we'll be live with Dion Miller of ABC7 Chicago. Tomorrow, if you're a patron, we'll be live. Me, Bearlissimo, and my father on X's with the O's. I hope you guys have a great night. We love you here at this network. And I'm just stalling for time because I can't even find the song. There you go.
Bubble screen over here. Let's curl. I said it, I get so frustrated. The city of Chicago.
Now you throw ass.
Curls.
I hope he throw it downfield, but he always calling curls.
Curls.
I bet he put in just the fields and he still called curls.
Curls.
Now you know it's deep in the playbook, still calling curls.
Curls.
And Nagy calling all these curls and it's fucking in my world like Matt Nagy loves drawing plays. Calling plays. Surprised they all curls. Man, I should erase it with a pencil. Nagy hit his barber, asked for the Jerry Curl special. Damn, do we really think any dog in the special? Curly fries on the Greek dining menu. Primetime curl routes disappoint the venue. We got speed receivers blocking the ends too. DDP called me up, so I'm in route. I hope Mustafa could throw a block. 32 might have to bust out and break 11 tackles. By the way, RIP to the tackles. Mad Nagy up prepared, he got the city shackled. Giving up first downs, Eddie Jacks won't tackle. And it's the same old song, and they gon' put in just the fields, but it won't be for Nagy throw ass.
Curls.
I hope he throw it downfield, but he always calling curls.
Curls.
I bet he put in just the fields and he still called curls.
Curls.
Nagy knows deep in the playbook, still calling curls. And Nagy calling all these curls and it's fucking in my world like.
Couldn't find a run if he was DMC. 4 long years, no identity. 32.
Montgomery, taking talking office while pace signs and speed. Prime overnight, get it straightened up for curl. Nagy played calls from Arena World. Hold up, gotta answer the why. Always calling passes cause
big plays are nice.
gimmicks don't work in the streets or the field. Overwhelmed line like a GU spiel. Preaching competition at every position, but not having Justin on the field. Contradiction. For sure.
But for sure.
For sure. For sure.
For sure.
Throw the diner menu out. Smells like manure. Give up plate calls. Let them stand in ovation. And while you're at it, throw out collaboration.
Curls. I hope he throw it downfield, but he always call it curls. Curls. I bet he put in Justin Fields and he still called curls. Curls. Nagy knows deep in the playbook, still calling curls. Curls. And Nagy calling all these curls and it's fucking in my world like.
Bubble screen over here. Let's throw curls. I said it, I get so frustrated. The city of Chicago, Orange Funk, get a chair for Matt Nagy's curls. Let's do curls all day. Attack down the field. Over here, let's throw curls.
What are the whys?
The Tape Never Lies Network.
The tape never lies. Tape never lies.
Starts.
This has been a Shy City Sports presentation and a Tape Never Lies Network production. Keepin' It 100. Thanks for tuning in to The Tape